or both could watch them because she wasn't able to do that anymore.
How many daughters do you have?
I have 3 daughters.
Okay, and which daughter was going to help babysit?
Maritza McCarta.
Okay, and is that your oldest daughter?
No, she's 19. She's my middle.
She's the middle one, and then
Yes.
Talia's the youngest.
Yes.
Okay. So did you go and meet with the defendant and her family to perhaps babysit the children?
No, ma'am. Billy Joe had called me on the phone a couple days later.
Okay. And did she set up the babysitting arrangement?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember approximately when this was?
We started watching Quinton and them around the end of January, February of 2022.
Okay. And that would have been before Sky was born.
Yes.
So at that time, when you first started babysitting, there were just the 2 boys.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And about how old would the boys have been then?
Quinton was young, maybe 9 months, 10 months.
Okay. So they would have been, Zane would have been a toddler.
Yes.
And Quinton would have been an infant.
Yes.
When you first started babysitting.
Yes.
them. So how did it work? Who brought the kids to your house?
Most of the time, Danny. Once in a while, Leilani.
All right. And how often would the children stay with you?
At first, it was just when they worked. And then it started being overnight. And a lot of times, we would even call for Quinton to stay with us, even when they were off.
Okay. Now, who was paying you?
Leilani was paying, but it wasn't like steady. She would pay, and then she would text me later and tell me she needed formula for Sky or diapers, and could she come and get it? And she would pay back when she got paid next time.
Okay. And how much were they paying you to babysit? Do you remember
Yes.
what the agreed upon amount was, whether you were actually getting that or not?
It was like $25 here, $30 there. One time I think she paid $100. It was just different amounts because she would tell me she didn't have it or she had to do this.
So is it fair to say that you and your daughter were being paid a lot less than the normal going rate for childcare?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. You said that Quinton would spend the night sometimes. Would both the boys spend the night or just Quinton?
Zane stayed a handful of times. Quinton stayed a lot.
And why is that? Why would Quinton stay overnight?
Honestly, Quinton loved us. He was close to us. And I just felt like he would be better off at our house because there was a difference in the love she showed between Zane and Quinton. And I felt bad. And I would work and my daughter would say, "Can we just get him, Mom, because this happened today?" And I would say, "Yeah, call her and ask her if he can stay."
Can you think of some examples of how the defendant treated the boys differently?
Well, she was working at Bojangles and she had brought food home. And she fed Quinton loved food. And every time he seen a bag, he would want it. He's little. She would feed Zane before she fed Quinton. Every time. And I just thought that was strange.
So do you mean she'd give Zane food and make Quinton wait?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean,
Absolutely.
she wasn't physically feeding Zane.
No, she would give him the
Just
food.
give him food.
And he would eat, and then Quinton would be, whining and wanting it, and she would give it to him eventually.
Did you ever say anything to her about that?
I did not.
Are there any other ways that she treated the boys differently that you noticed?
Just by the way she talked to him, when she would, once in a while that she did come and pick them up, she would, grab Zane and he would hug her because he was close to her. I mean, you could definitely tell it. And then, Quinton, 99% of the time, wanted to stay with us, and he would start crying. Now, if Danny come and picked him up, it was different.
How did Quinton act if Danny came?
He would go with Danny. He wouldn't cry to stay with us. He loved Danny. He would Danny would pick him up and he'd hug him.
Okay. All right. Did Leilani ever talk to you about how she felt about the boys?
Yes, ma'am. She just, one time, and my daughter had more talks with her than I did. I didn't really talk to her that much, but she just said that she loved Quinton more. I mean, Zane more than Quinton. And, I didn't question it. She's a crappy mom. I knew that. But I just never said anything to her. I would always call Billy Joe when I seen things that was going on.
Okay. Did she ever, in that conversation, did she explain more about, like, Zane had been through things with her?
Yes,
or anything
that
like
Zane had been her ride or die his whole life. And she did not like Quentin's father.
Okay. So, other than what you saw in your own home, did you ever see things outside? Like, did you ever observe the children at her house or outside their house?
On one incident, my daughter was going to our shed, that's where our laundry room is, and she had come running in and saying, Mama, Zane and Quinton is in the ditch. Well, it was the road on Buckhalter, but the ditch is right here. And Quinton was actually in the ditch, and Zane was trying to get him out.
Did you go out and see the kids outside?
I did.
Okay. And at some point, were they returned home or took back to your home?
They was returned. I asked Talia to take them home and find out where Leilani was. I immediately called Billy Joe.
And observing these kinds of things, did you ever report it to any authorities?
It had been reported. It had happened several times even before we started keeping them that I didn't know about, and it had been reported.
Okay. Do you know what authority, if any, it had been reported to?
Defects.
Okay. And you say it had been reported, so were you aware of somebody other than you reporting it? Okay. And if you could say yes or no.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. And I won't ask you what they said since we're in court. I just need you to say what you did and said. Let's move to the day that Quinton disappeared.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember that morning?
Yes.
All right. Or actually, let's talk about the day before we
Okay.
move to that.
Mm-hmm.
The day before, were you supposed to watch the children that day?
Yes.
And what happened?
They picked up the kids. I did watch them, and Danny come and picked them up, and they were supposed to come back the next day. And around about 5:28, 5:29, I got a text from Danny saying that Leilani was keeping the kids today.
Okay. Now, had that happened before where she would not go to work and the children would stay at home?
No, because even if she didn't go to work, most of the time she sent them to us because she wanted to sleep.
Okay. And how do you know that?
Because, and she would stay at home because one day I had them and me and my daughters were taking them somewhere. And when we rode by, when we got in the car, she was on her front porch. It's like a little porch. And when she seen us, she actually ducked down and hid from us because she was supposed to be at work. But it didn't matter. We loved them, so I would have kept them anyway.
Can you tell us a little bit about what Quinton was like? Like, what did Quinton like? I know he was very young. He wasn't even 2 years old yet. But were there things that he said or things that he liked that you know about?
Yes. He loved cheese. Every time I would get home from work, he would want mac and cheese, and he would go to the refrigerator and he would get my cheese out, my block of cheese, for me to cut it for him. And if I would have let him, he'd eat the whole thing. He loved Blimpie. He loved Bubbles. Anytime we could go to the store and get him Bubbles, he just loved them. He was a very happy baby when he was with us.
And you said that he would spend the night. When he would spend the night, where would he sleep?
Usually we would all make a pallet in the floor and we would let him watch Blimpie until he fell asleep.
Okay. And what is Blimpie?
It's a cartoon.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
For those that don't have little kids that don't know what Blimpie is, so it's a cartoon.
Yes.
Okay. The children, when they came to your home, were they sent with clothes, food, diapers, things that they would have needed?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So how was that handled?
Well, Zane always come dressed. Several times we got Quinton and he would be in a long onesie and he would have poop from all over. I don't want to say a baby didn't smell good, but he smelled like rotten milk. He had rings around his neck. We'd immediately bathe him and put him fresh clothes on.
Did you keep clothes for him at your house?
I did because I had to tell Billy Joe that she wasn't sending anything for the kids.
Okay. And did Billy Joe give you money to get clothes?
Yes. We went and got clothes. I took pictures of the clothes and the receipt and sent them to her.
Okay. And so then after that, you just kept clothes at your house?
Yes, I kept half of the clothes there.
Okay. All right. Now that we've covered that, now let's go to the day that Quinton disappeared. So that day, what is the first time you became aware something was out of the ordinary? You said, so that morning, Danny had texted you that the kids were going to stay at home.
Yes.
Did you have, at that point, did you have any more conversation with anybody about that?
No.
Okay. Then what's the next thing you heard from anybody in that family?
Me and my youngest daughter was on the way to McDonald's. Danny calls and asked me, did I get Quinton or have I seen him? And I said, no, why? And he said that Leilani said he was missing. So my kid's homeschool. I ran to McDonald's. We come back. I dropped my youngest daughter off, and me and my oldest daughter headed down to Leilani's house.
Okay. Do you remember about what time of the morning this was?
Maybe around 9.
Okay. And so you dropped off food at your house. And how close is your house to theirs?
Catty corner across the street.
Okay. So y'all are neighbors. You're real close by.
Yes.
So you dropped food off, and then you went over to their house.
Yes.
Right. And what do you drive?
Armada.
And what color is it?
White.
Okay. And when you got there, did you park in the driveway?
I did.
Okay. I'm asking because we've seen some scene photos with a vehicle,
Yes.
and that Armada that's white is your vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you got there, were there any police there yet?
No, ma'am.
All right. What did you do when you got there?
I asked Leilani if I could go in and help her look because Quinton liked to hide. He would hide from us under the bed. Like he just liked to play like hide and seek. She told me no. Me and my daughter both no. I asked, was the police called? They said no. Danny said no. And I said, why haven't you called the police? And I told her, I said, call the police. And then she did call the police.
When you got there, was Paul outside?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So Paul, did you later see Paul?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But when you got there, it's just Danny and Leilani.
Yes, ma'am.
And where were they?
Under the little carport. They have a little covered carport. There was, like when you pull in their driveway in the back, it's like a little carport.
Okay.
Before you go in to get to the pool and the little play area.
Okay. So are you talking about where cars are parked or like the porch thing behind the house?
When you pull where the cars are parked, but they was kind of standing out from underneath the carport.
Okay. Sort of in the driveway.
Yes.
Okay. So they're standing in the driveway, and what were they doing?
She was standing there smoking cigarette one after another. She was like screaming.
Okay. At some point, did the police get called?
Yes.
Okay. Was that immediately after you suggested it or later?
I would say a couple minutes. I heard her get on the phone and call the police.
Okay. And did the police show up quickly?
Yes.
All right. After the police arrived, what did you do or where did you go?
Paul had come down at that time and he was letting Zane ride this little car thing. Well, he ended up doing it too fast. Zane fell and slid across the concrete, and I had asked one of the policemen if I could take Zane to my house until all this was kind of, situated, and they told me yes, I could.
Okay, so did you take Zane and go home?
I did.
Okay. And at some point, were you interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
When did that happen?
Well, I have cameras, so a gentleman come that worked and he checked my camera system and asked me questions. And then I was also pulled into the police station by a detective.
Okay, to go do like a formal interview?
Yes.
Okay. During the time that you were keeping the kids, did Leilani ever bring them to you to go somewhere other than work?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, she a couple times she said that she had to run to 204 to go take care of business. And then a couple times we kept them when she was off work that we knew she was going to be off work, but we didn't know what she was doing.
Okay. When she would say she was going to 204, did you know what that meant?
No.
Okay. And how long would she be gone when she said she was going to 204?
Maybe 30 minutes to an hour.
Okay. All right. Give me just a moment, okay? Thank you, Ms. McCarter. That's all the questions that we have, and defense counsel may have some.
Thank you.
Ms. McCarter, I'm Martin Hilliard. How are you this morning?
I'm good. How are you?
Is it safe to assume that you, prior to October of 2022, already had strong opinions about Leilani's fitness as a mother?
No, sir.
You did not have strong opinions prior to October?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So,
Sorry.
yeah. So you didn't think she was a good mom, and you were fairly vocal about it, and you didn't hesitate to say something about it when it was on your mind, correct?
Yeah, I didn't think she was a good mom. Thought she was a shitty mom.
Well, there you go. Okay. So that being said, I'm going to ask you, you started watching Quinton in January to February of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And everything you've just told me, I'm going to ask you what you did, okay?
Okay.
Did you ever make any police reports? You.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you ever make any reports to DFACS? You.
I talked to them. Yes, I did.
That wasn't the question. I asked you if you reported what you were concerned about.
No, because DFACS got in contact with me.
That's, again.
No, I did not.
You never reached out, and you weren't concerned enough between January and October to do that on your own, were you?
I was very concerned.
But not concerned enough to reach out and make a report.
I didn't have to. They reached out to me.
Okay. Well, that being said, you didn't reach out and make a report, correct?
No, I did not.
All right. So now let's talk about the day to day. So you started watching Zane and Quinton in January to February of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many days a week?
5 to 6.
5 to 6
depending.
days a week. All right. And who was it, and who brought them, and what time would they normally come over to your house in the morning?
Early, around 5:36.
Okay. And who was it that normally brought them?
Danny.
Okay. And in the afternoons, what time would they go home?
4:35.
Okay. And who was it that normally picked them up?
Danny.
Okay. And over the course of this 8 or 10 month period that we're talking about, January or February of 2022 to October of 2022, how many times would Miss Simon be the one that dropped them off or picked them up?
I would say a handful of times.
10, 5?
Maybe 10.
Okay. So out of a possible 10 times a week for...
Oh, not 10 times a week.
No.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Just let me finish. So drop off in the morning, pick up in the afternoon. That's
Mm-hmm.
2 times, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say it's at least 5 days a week. That's 10 times a week, right? Correct?
Yeah, she didn't come. No, not that much.
I understand. What I'm saying
Okay.
is so there's 10 possible or 12 possible drop-offs or pickups in a week for the kids, right?
Since I was keeping them.
Since you were keeping them.
Yes.
And she would maybe do 1 a week. Or
Maybe.
2 a
Yes.
week. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. So it's also a fair statement that Danny was the one who mostly did the dropping off and the picking up, correct?
Absolutely.
And if I understand your testimony correct, it's not uncommon for even if she was asleep for the kids to come stay with you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Danny would be the one that dropped them off even on those days,
Mhm.
correct?
Correct.
So Danny was the one who mostly did the dropping off and the picking up and the one that interacted with you.
Yes.
Okay. That's a fair statement.
Yes.
Okay. You also stated a minute ago that it was odd that you would get a text not dropping the kids off.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that's because even if she was home, she would stay sleeping. Now, who was it that sent you the text on 5:30 on the morning of October 5th?
Danny.
Okay. And he said the kids were staying home with Leilani, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That was odd, was it not?
Yes, because she never kept them.
Right.
Mm.
Okay. So did that stand out to you as being odd at the time?
No, not. I never thought she would hurt her child. So.
Well, I understand you have your conclusions, but
Mhm.
it was odd that Danny texted that to you, though, wasn't it?
No, I don't think it was odd that he texted it to me.
Well, you just stated you can't have it both ways, Miss.
Well, no,
McCarty.
I think it was odd that she kept them because she never did. But I don't think it was odd that Danny texted to me.
Okay.
Because I had more communication with him than I did her.
Correct, because he was the one who mostly watched the children. Correct?
Yes. Yes.
And he was the one who mostly took care of the children.
Yes,
correct?
absolutely.
So that being said, is 90% of the time, he was the one over there care, custody, and control based on what you observed, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you stated that Quinton would be better off at your house, and y'all kept him a lot of times, correct?
Yes.
All right. And physically, was Quinton thriving?
No. How can a kid thrive that doesn't get shown the love and get food and get everything else that another kid would get? I don't think he was thriving.
Would you be surprised to find out that medically he was?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Now, whenever you responded that day and you came over to the house, you said it was Danny that called you, but is it possible that you were wrong? It might have been Leilani that called you
No,
to come over?
no, Leilani did not call me.
Okay. All right. And whenever you got over there, you said she was screaming and upset, correct?
She was screaming, but she wasn't crying. I feel like that if something was to happen to one of my kids, I would be hysterical, and I would also be out looking for my child.
Miss McCarta, do you understand that different people respond to different stressors in different ways?
I just don't. When something's wrong with one of your children, I think you would respond crying, upset, and looking, and calling 911 first before you call anyone else.
And I'm going to ask you, Miss McCarta, you've already formed opinions about Miss Simon at this point in time, correct?
I have.
Okay. And is it possible that you're projecting those opinions onto what her behavior should be according to you?
Absolutely not.
So you
I
think
do not.
So you think objectively that everybody should act the way you think they should?
No, I don't think everybody should act, but a mother that has children, that you carry them in your stomach by your heart. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't she?
Well, I understand that, but what I'm saying is you seem to be actually saying, yes, you agree with me. I'm saying you're projecting your opinions and your ideas and your beliefs onto other people.
No.
Is it possible that's what you're doing?
No, it's not possible when I'm not doing that.
Okay. And who was it that paid you every week, you said?
Sometimes Leilani, sometimes Danny. It would come from their different cash apps.
So, but you, again, there are Cash App records, and
Mm-hmm.
so, and they were paid, but not necessarily always regularly, but they paid you.
They did.
Okay. And You also mentioned this thing about giving food. Now, were there separate containers for Zane and separate containers for Quentin, or was it one container of food?
It was, she would bring a bag of food home
Mhm.
and it would have, she would, they would both want it, but she would always give Zane first. She would always give it to him first, and she would tell Quentin, stop, wait.
All right, and Zane was the older of the two, if I'm not
Yes.
mistaken, correct? And how old was Zane at this point in time?
3,
Okay, and how old would Quentin be at this point in time?
10 months maybe.
So, have, and again, you may have, you may not, but you thought that that was some sort of indicia of preference.
Well, yes, because when you have more than one kid, you would take it inside, you would have it, well, in plates, and give it to both of them, not just serve one while the other one's crying for the food. You would feed both of them.
Well, Ms. McCart, I understand that's what you believe, but you understand other people may believe differently and disagree with you.
And that's okay, they can disagree with me, but if you have kids, you have to do it, you should do it a certain way. I mean, you should feed both of them. You'd want both of your kids to eat, not just one while the other one's crying.
Okay, well, but Quentin did get to eat, though, did he not?
Yes, a few minutes later.
All right, but you understand there's a difference between withholding food from a child and feeding the child in a different order than you would do, right?
Yes.
That's all the questions I got, Judge.
Ms. Parker, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. McCarter, you're excused, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, she may. So, Ms. McCarter, you are excused. You can remain or you can leave.
Thank you.
Mhm. The state may call its next witness.
Jenny Cox. Hold the witness, please. Your Honor, this is one of the witnesses for which we're asking that the cameras not be worried anymore.
Thank you. That thumbs up from.
Please declare and raise your right hand.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jenny Cox.
COX.
Yes, sir.
And what's your spelling of Jenny?
It's JENNIE.
Where do you work?
I work at the Chatham County Police Department.
And what is your position there?
I'm currently an agent at the counter narcotics team.
Okay. So like Marion Lemons, you're detailed out to CNT right now?
Yes, sir.
Prior to that detailing, were you a detective with Chatham County Police Department's Criminal Investigations Division?
Yes, sir, I was.
What was the general time period of your being a detective in CID?
I was a detective for about a year, from January of 2021 till about January, February of 2022.
Now, were you a detective in CID during the time period of this investigation?
Yes, sir, I was.
Well, this was October of 2022, right?
Yes, sir.
So I thought you just said you were a detective from January of 2021 to January of 2022.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it would have been January of 2022 to January of 2023.
Okay, thank you. When did you join the Chatham County Police Department to begin?
I was hired in September of 2020.
And are you from the local area?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay, where are you from?
I was originally born in the Memphis area in Tennessee.
Now, let me draw your attention to October of 2022, the beginning of this investigation, okay?
Yes, sir.
You were a detective at that time.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about October 5th specifically, and what, if any, involvement you had on that day.
During the day of October 5th of 2022, I originally stayed at our detective's office, which is located at our Highlands precinct on Whitmarsh Island. I assisted with the first search warrant for the residents of 535 Buckhalter Road.
Were you out there with Detective Kiana Robbins, who we heard from a few days ago?
Yes, sir, I was.
And I think we introduced the search warrant for the house into evidence through her. You said you assisted in preparing that.
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you tell us about that?
We gathered the facts that was relayed to us by the detectives who were on scene that day. And we gathered those facts, wrote them up in an affidavit to present the affidavit to the judge to request a search warrant for the residents to gather more evidence.
Now, from the Islands Precinct CID offices, at some point, did you go to the Chatham County Police Department headquarters where all of these interviews were being conducted?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you yourself, were you on any of the 3 interview teams that we've heard about?
No, sir, I was not.
Did you have any interaction with any of the 3 people who were there for interviews, Danny, Paul, or the defendant?
Yes, I did sit with the three of them at different times just while the interviews were being conducted.
And did you go to the scene that day, to 535 Buckhalter? I shouldn't call it the scene, I'll call it the residence. Did you go out there at any point?
No, sir, I didn't.
Moving on to October 6th, did you have any involvement in the investigation on that day?
Yes, sir. I wrote another search warrant and affidavit for a vehicle infotainment system for the vehicle belonging to Miss Simon, which was a 2015 Dodge Journey.
And I think we're about to get into this. Is it fair to say that the bulk of your involvement involved preparing affidavits and seeking and obtaining search warrants?
Yes, sir.
And who was primarily directing you on what information and premises to get search warrants for?
It was primarily the case team, including Detective Lemons.
Okay, so you were primarily providing assistance with search warrants.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's go through some of those. But before we do the search warrant stuff, I want to ask you this. Were you involved in an interview of Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
Yes, sir, I was.
And was that on October 6th?
Yes, sir.
Did you also interview his girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
And where did those interviews take place?
Those occurred at the Chatham County Police Department headquarters at our annex.
And how were those arranged?
I believe someone made contact with Henry Moss, and he traveled to meet with us to speak with us regarding the investigation.
And where was he living at that time?
I think it was somewhere near Augusta, a couple of hours away.
Was that also the case for his girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
And did they come down willingly and talk to you?
Yes, sir, they did.
And that was on October 6th.
Yes, sir.
So let's get back to these search warrants. Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 39?
Yes, I do.
Take a look at that and tell us whether you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that document is?
This is the order for the search warrant affidavit for the infotainment system for the vehicle that I just spoke about.
Take another look at it. But do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 40?
Yes, I do.
Okay, look at those documents alongside of each Are those different documents?
Yes, they are.
Okay. What is 39 and what is 40?
39 is the search warrant for the vehicle, and 40 is the search warrant for the infotainment system.
Okay, 39, the search warrant for the vehicle itself.
Yes, sir.
Who actually executed that search warrant?
It was the Chatham County Police Department forensics team.
Okay, but you obtained the search warrant itself.
Yes, sir.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of the warrant that you obtained?
Yes, sir, it is.
I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 39.
Judge, can I look at it real quick? Just to make sure. I don't think I have it. No objection, Judge.
39 is admitted without objection.
Tell us again what State's Exhibit 40 is.
It is the search warrant for the infotainment system for the vehicle.
And we've heard a little bit of testimony about that, but is that an accurate copy of the infotainment search warrant?
Yes, sir.
When did you obtain that search warrant?
This was on October 6th of 2022.
Was this at the same time as you got the search warrant for the vehicle itself?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. From the same judge?
Yes, sir.
I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 40.
Having reviewed the exhibit, Judge, no objection.
Okay, it is admitted without objection.
Now, what were y'all trying to do with this infotainment search warrant?
So essentially, infotainment search warrant is just a search warrant for the information system within the vehicle. That information system can give data to us, like GPS location, when the vehicle stops, when the doors open on the vehicle, speeds on the vehicle. It can also provide information like the odometer, and if a phone is hooked up to the information system, like a Bluetooth phone, it'll say what calls were made, what text messages were made. So everything that would be within an information system within a vehicle.
Now, can you get infotainment data from every make and model of vehicle?
No, you can't.
And were y'all able to get it from the vehicle at issue in this case, 20, what year?
2015.
2015 Dodge Journey?
No, sir, we were not.
But you tried.
We tried, yes,
So
sir.
is it that you weren't able to pull it, or that data just doesn't exist and isn't able to be obtained on that vehicle?
It was not able to be obtained on that vehicle.
Okay. Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 41?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It is a search warrant for Life 360.
And who obtained that search
I did.
warrant? It's a search warrant addressed to the company Life 360, right?
Yes, sir.
And what were you asking for?
I was requesting data from the Life 360 account from Ms. Leilani Simon and also Mr. Daniel Youngkin. The information that can be provided is location data. Also, there is a way to chat on the application, so you can send messages to people you're sharing your data with. And it also will detect speed, and if you're instantly braking or any driving data, it'll provide. So that's what I was requesting, along with subscriber information for both of these accounts.
And how did you identify these accounts in the warrant?
The accounts were identified by phone numbers.
And what was the phone number that you had in there for Daniel Youngkin's Life 360 data?
It was 910-729-1458,
And what about the defendants?
912-547-5275.
This is a fair and accurate copy of your Life 360 search warrant.
Yes, sir.
I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 41.
Having reviewed it, Judge, no objection.
Okay, it is admitted without objection.
How did you serve that warrant on Life 360?
I emailed it to Life 360 to their legal team.
And did you receive responsive records in response to that search warrant?
Yes, I did.
And how did they send them to you?
They sent them to me by email in a zip file.
Did you download that and save it?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you provide it to Detective Lemons and the case team?
Yes, sir.
Did you provide it to Taylor Burns of the FBI?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you see in front of you an item labeled States Exhibit 42?
Yes, sir.
Can you open that? It's an envelope, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you open it up and take a look at the contents? What do you have there in your hand?
I have a disk with the Life 360 data that was provided and a certification of the records from Life 360.
Your Honor, I would call for this as States Exhibit 42.
Can I approach and look at the affidavit real quick, Judge? Thank you. No objection to States 42, Judge. It does seem to be a certification with this respect.
And that just contains the records that you provided to the case team and to Taylor Burns.
Yes, sir.
At some point, did Detective Lemons ask you to help out with getting some of Quinton Simon's historical medical records?
Yes, sir, she did.
And did you do that?
I did.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 43 and a document marked as States Exhibit 44?
Yes.
Take a look at those two documents. Take as much time as you need, because I understand I'm asking you to look at a lot of things, because you did a lot of things. And let me know when you're ready to talk about those two documents, okay?
I'm ready.
All right. What is 43?
43 is medical records from Flowers Hospital.
Just to be clear, is it the medical records themselves, or is it the search warrant for them?
Is the search warrant for the medical records
Okay. From where now?
from Flowers Hospital.
And what about 44?
For St. Joseph's Candler Hospital.
Now, did you obtain these two search warrants?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when did you obtain these?
These were on October 17th of 2022.
And did you serve them on those two, one Flowers Hospital and one St. Joe's Candler?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The 43 and 44, are they accurate copies of those two warrants you got?
Yes, they are.
I would introduce these as States Exhibit 43 and 44. Your Honor.
No objection to either, Judge. I reviewed both.
Exhibits 43 and 44 admitted without objection.
After you served them on these two hospitals, did each of them provide responsive records to you?
Yes, sir, they did.
Medical records of Quinton Simon?
Yes.
Did you provide those records to Agent Lemons and the case team?
Yes, I did.
Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 45?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what is that?
Phone records pertaining to Daniel Youngkin's cell phone.
And what is the phone number that y'all had for Daniel Youngkin?
It's 910-729-1458.
Is this another thing that then detectives asked you to take care of?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you did it?
Yes.
Okay. When did you get this search warrant?
This was on October 28th of 2022.
Now, I don't know whether you know the answer to this or not, but had the case team already obtained those phone records very early on in response to an emergency request to Verizon?
Yes, sir.
And the purpose of it was just to circle back around and get them in a more formal manner?
Yes.
Okay. Same records in any case, though?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as States Exhibit 45.
No objection, Judge.
45 is admitted without objection.
Now, did you serve that warrant on Verizon?
I did.
And how did you do that?
I emailed it to Verizon.
Do they have like a law enforcement email address where they receive search warrants or something like that?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you?
Same day on October 28th of 2022.
Okay, so October 28th is the day you get search warrants for search warrant on Verizon.
Yes, I did.
And in response to these two search warrants, did Verizon provide you with responsive records?
Yes, they did.
Do you see in front of you an object marked in State's Exhibit 46?
Yes, sir.
And I hope I here by going out of order, but if you could open that up and tell us what's in there.
This is a disc containing the records from Daniel Youngkin's cell phone, from Verizon, the cell phone records.
Okay, so, and does it contain a certificate of authenticity from a business record certificate from Verizon?
Yes, sir, it does.
All right, so 46 is the search warrant for Daniel. Put all that stuff back in the envelope so we don't put our stuff in the stuff, and then let's go on to 48. Do you recognize the contents of State's Exhibit 48?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is the letter of authenticity and also the cell phone records on a disc for Paul Simon's phone.
That's the 912-658-6410.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would introduce, I've kind of lost my place here, but I would offer the evidence 45, 46, 47, 48.
Can I approach the witness and look at the?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 46. It's the disc of Verizon records and has a certificate of authenticity. So the defense has no objection as to 46. As to State's Exhibit 48, having reviewed the same, it has the same thing. State's Exhibit 48 has a disc with the business records and the certificate of authenticity, so we lodge no objection to that either. My recollection is that 45 and 47 were search warrants, which I've already looked at. We have no objection to those either. I think that covers all four of those.
It does. States Exhibits 45, 46, 47, 48 are admitted without objection.
Let me know when you're ready to move on, okay?
Okay. I'm ready.
Those phone records that we just talked about, both sets of them, once you received them, did you forward them to Detective Lemons?
Yes, I did.
And did you forward them to Taylor Burns of the FBI as well?
Yes.
Now, sometime later in October, were you asked to obtain a couple of search warrants for DNA?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that?
They were requested from the FBI to compare against DNA of any remains found in the landfill.
And whose DNA were you asked to get search warrants for?
Miss Leilani Simon and her mother, Billy Joe Howell.
And did you obtain search warrants for their DNA?
Yes, sir.
Can you look at State's Exhibit 49 and 50? Do you recognize those documents?
Yes, sir.
What are those?
These are the search warrants for Leilani Simon's DNA and Billy Joe Howell's DNA.
And did you obtain those search warrants?
Yes, sir.
What date did you obtain those search warrants?
That was on October 28th of 2022.
Are these fair and accurate copies of those two search warrants?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would introduce these as States 49 and 50.
Having reviewed both exhibits, Judge, no objection.
49 and 50 are admitted.
Now, did you yourself serve these search warrants, or I guess execute them?
Are you talking about the DNA search warrants?
Yeah.
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Somebody else actually got the swabs and all that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned that you were present at Chatham County Police Headquarters for a period of time on October 5th,
Yes, sir.
day one of the investigation.
Yes, sir.
And were you aware that a phone had been seized from each one of the defendant, Danny Youngkin and Paul Simon,
Yes.
and that phone extractions had been performed at the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes.
At some point, were you involved in the transport of the defendant's phone for a second phone extraction?
Yes.
Can you tell us what your involvement in that was?
I transported the phone to Savannah Police Department's forensic examiner, Mr. Williams or Officer Williams, and he performed a second extraction on the cell phone.
What type of extraction did you perform?
It's a gray key extraction, and it's just a different program, different from Cellbrite that was extracted at the Chatham County Police Department that oftentimes can do further extraction and provide more data.
Now, when you said you did this with the phone,
Yes, sir.
I want to clarify which phone we're talking about.
It was Leilani Simon's phone.
And when was it that you took the defendant's phone to Officer Williams of the Savannah Police Department for the gray key extraction?
That was on October 7th of 2022.
Do you remember who you got it from to take it over there in the first place?
I believe it was from Sergeant Coleman.
Okay, and he's with Chatham County Police Forensics?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you took it to Officer Williams of the Savannah Police Department?
Yes.
Did he perform a gray key extraction of the defendant's phone?
Yes, he did.
And did he provide that extraction to you?
Yes, he did.
And how did he provide it to you? Would it have been like a disk or a thumb drive or something like that?
I don't recall exactly what kind of device it was on, but it was something of a USB or a drive.
Some sort of digital storage media?
Yes, sir.
Did he give you the phone back as well?
Yes, sir, he did.
And did you take those two items back to the case team?
Yes, I did.
Did you make that gray key extraction available to Detective Lemons?
Yes.
And did you make it available to Taylor Burns of the FBI?
Yes, sir.
Were you involved in any of the canvas operations, the neighborhood canvas operations that we've heard a little bit about?
Yes, sir, I was.
Can you tell us about which one you were involved in?
I was involved in the canvas of Azalea Mobile Homes.
And what was your specific involvement?
I was serving as an interpreter. Most of the residents of Azalea Mobile Homes don't speak English, they speak Spanish.
And I take it you speak Spanish as well?
Yes, sir.
One moment, please, okay? No further questions, Your Honor.
Just a few questions. I'm going to ask a generalized question that I might kind of get back down if I need to, but I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. You mostly did the search warrants and collected the records that we discussed here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you did the search warrants for the DNA, but you didn't do the collection on that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did a canvas of the Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Yes, sir.
What day was that?
I don't recall. I know it was the Sunday following when the investigation started, but I don't recall the exact date.
And that's fine. But that was pretty much the extent of your involvement in the case that I'm aware of and that Mr. Dean's asked you about, correct?
Yes, sir. I just kind of served as a assistance role throughout the investigation.
And that's all I wanted to make sure of. So you took the records and passed it on to Detective Lemons or Taylor Bowles, correct?
Yes, sir.
Didn't do any interpretation or other than that.
No, sir.
Same thing with the phone extraction. You just collected the data and turned it over, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I got, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Keeney, no redirect at this point.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You may step down.
Thank you, Judge.
May she be excused?
She certainly may. Thank you. We're about an hour and 15 minutes in. Jurors, would you like to take a break at this point? Okay, let's do that. Let's take a 15-minute break. It's about 10:20. Let's reconvene 10:35.
Jury's exiting.
Thank you. All right, we're in recess until 10:35. Thank you. Okay, please bring Ms. Simon out. How you doing, Peter? Good. Hi, Grace. Hey, Bill. You know, y'all do such a good job of kind of disappearing in a room. I knew y'all are here. Where's Stanley? Y'all are very professional, though. Record in SPCR 22-03364J6. Ms. Simon is present with her counsel, and state's attorneys are present at their table as well. The jurors are out of the courtroom at this point. Is there anything that we need to take up before we bring them in?
Nothing from the defense, Judge. I was just gonna kind of go ahead and broach the subject because you know me, I can't keep my mouth shut. Scheduling today, it's been a long week.
It's
and
been a long week.
I was gonna see if we might, if we can get through the next few witnesses the state has, if we might could maybe leave a little early today. I'm just tired, and a lot of this is gonna be ministerial stuff, and I know if I'm getting tired and Tim's getting tired, and fairly certain the jury's getting tired too, so I don't really have a set time in mind, just having a few witnesses, and I just asked if we might could do that, that's all.
I can tell you, I don't have a set time in mind either. I wasn't gonna push it hard today. We're gonna get through as many witnesses as we can get through today. Pushing it today is not gonna make anything any faster next week. And I understand it really needs to be sustainable for the jurors, number one, in my mind, and of course, you folks who are actually doing the work. Mr. Dean?
Well, having now sensed weakness, I would ask to go to like 9, 10 o'clock tonight. No, we have like three more people, maybe 4 people that we want to get through today, and I don't think that'll take us past 5 o'clock or so.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
We'll see how it unfolds. All right, please bring in the jurors.
Jurors in summer.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please have a seat. And were you able to comply with the court's instructions not to discuss the case?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Hinchey? You may call your next witness.
Deshaun Williams.
your right hand. The evidence you should give the court and jury in the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, good morning. Mr. Dean.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yeah, Corporal Deshaun Williams, Savannah Police Department Forensics Unit.
Normal spelling of Williams?
Yes.
Uh,
Williams.
I was trying to cut out that step for you.
Gotcha.
Now we're all very clear on that. How do you spell your first name?
DUSEAN.
How long have you been with the Savannah Police Department?
Going on 11 years.
And how long have you been with the Savannah Police Department Forensics Unit?
About six, 7 years.
What's your position in the forensics unit at this point?
Digital forensics.
And were you I guess you were with the forensics unit in October of 2022?
I was.
Do part of your duties include performing cell phone extractions?
It does.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So pretty much we have a unit called Gray Key, and it is iPhone specific. It gains access to any iPhone in its operating system, and we're able to get extraction based off the Gray Key unit.
Can you just walk us through kind of briefly the steps? Somebody comes to you with a cell phone, a detective comes to you with a cell phone, and they want a Gray Key extraction done. What do you do?
So what I do, I take that iPhone, I hook it up to the Gray Key unit. The Gray Key unit gets access to the operating system and the file systems that's on the phone, and it makes a hard copy of everything that's on that phone. It then produces a zip file along with a PDF report, a keychain, and a password list.
What's a keychain?
Keychain is pretty much a file that holds all the password tokens that is stored on the phone.
And what do you then do when you've pulled all that data from the phone? What do you do with it?
Typically, I would put it into a physical analyzer, and what the physical analyzer does, it decrypts all the information that's in the zip file and the keychain and make it into a readable format. But in this case, I believe the detective just wanted the extraction itself, along with the PDF reports and keychains and password lists.
And in this case, did you give the detective the extraction you had performed?
I did.
Was it on a thumb drive or something?
It
like
is.
that? Okay. Let's talk about the who and the when. When did you perform the Gray Key extraction in this case that you're talking about?
October 7th.
And who was it that provided the phone to you to do the Gray Key extraction?
Detective Cox.
Jenny Cox?
Correct.
Okay. And did she identify the phone to you as that of the defendant?
She did.
What type of phone was it? Not necessarily like the model number and everything, but just generally.
A Apple iPhone XS Max.
And where did you conduct this Gray Key extraction?
At the forensics unit, 78 Ross Road.
And you turned around the resulting data to her?
Correct.
Okay. Did you give her the phone back as well?
I did.
Do you see in front of you an object marked as States Exhibit 51?
Yes.
That is an envelope, right?
Right.
Do you know what's in that envelope?
USB device.
And what's on that USB device?
The Gray Key extraction.
Is it the same files that you pulled off of the defendant's phone on October 7th, 2022 and gave to Detective Cox?
Correct.
I expect we're going to hear testimony from Sergeant Coleman of the Chatham County Police Department that he had already performed a cell bright extraction on this phone. What is the difference, just high level, right? Because none of us are forensics officers, between the cell bright extraction that he had performed and the Gray Key extraction that you did a couple days later?
So Gray Key is made specifically with iPhone in mind. So it's able to gain access to files that UFED or Cellbrite is not able to gain access to because its developers specifically focus on iPhone itself.
I would introduce at this time States Exhibit 51 in the evidence room.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
If we did it without objection.
One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Williams, you just stated a minute ago, Officer Williams, that Gray Key is iPhone specific and Cellbrite is not. what are the differences between the two? I mean, what's like a file that a Cellbrite would extract or not extract that a gray key would?
Well, one that I can think of offhand is the keychain that it can extract. It can bypass the operating systems on a iPhone better than the Cellbrite because, like I said, the developers of the Gray Key unit put more specifics on the iPhone itself.
So, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just genuinely trying to understand. So it sounds to me like a Cellbrite extraction would get a lot less material than a gray key extraction would get.
Typically.
Okay. And is that the reason for running the gray key extraction is to get more specific?
To an iPhone, yes.
Okay. And when you do these extractions, I assume you just plug it into a USB device or some other port, and the computers do what they do. And
so I actually hooked the phone up to the Gray Key unit based off the port that's connected to an iPhone. So I believe it's a USB-C now. So Gray Key has a USB-C that I can connect that phone to the Gray Key unit.
And it just generates this report, and that's it. And then you send it along to the detective or whoever you send it to.
It
right?
gains access to the files on the phone, and it does give me a zip file that contains all that data from the phone.
And what I'm trying to narrow down is basically when you do the extraction, you take the phone, you plug it in, you do the extraction, you get a hard drive, and you pass it along, correct?
Correct.
That's the extent of your involvement in
Right.
this. All right. Did you review any of the extraction on this or just forward it like you normally do?
I just forwarded it to the detective that needed it.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Any redirect, Mr. Dean?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, so the state may call its next witness.
Sergeant Gary Scott Coleman.
Raise your right hand and face the clerk.
The evidence you shall give the court and the jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you? Thank you. Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is Sergeant Gary Scott Coleman. I work for the Chatham County Police Department. I am the supervisor of their crime scene unit. I started police work in 2002. This is my 23rd year. I have been doing forensic work since 2009. I was one of the two supervisors of Chatham County, Savannah-Chatham County Metro PD after the demerger. Because I was a previous county employee, I came back to start up the new county police, and that's where I've been since.
In October of 2022, were you heading up the Chatham County Police Department's forensics unit?
Yes, sir, I was.
Who did you have under you?
At that time, had Corporal Philip Schenker. A Corporal Matthew Diggins had just started on Monday, and this was a Wednesday, so he was brand new. And I had a Corporal Michelle Shiro, who her last day was Friday, so I wasn't using her for that.
Now, did the forensics unit, well, let me ask you just a couple more questions about your background.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what, if any, training you have in the acquisition of digital evidence and analysis of digital evidence?
Yes, sir. I have a certification from the Department of Homeland Security. FLETC is what they call it down in Brunswick. They like to use a lot of acronyms, so it's a Digital Evidence Acquisition Specialist. I also have a certification in through Department of Homeland Security in Glencoe in seized computer evidence recovery as well.
Now, every time you use an acronym, I'm going to have to ask you for the record what it stands for. What is FLETC? People may know.
FLETC is the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia, which is right near Brunswick.
Okay. Let's go back to October 5th.
Yes, sir.
Did your forensics unit respond to 535 Buckhalter that day?
Yes, sir, we did.
And were you there in a supervisory capacity over what forensics was doing?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us the various things that you all did out there that day?
The main objective that day, because it was a missing child, was the department owns several drones. Myself and one other of my investigators has their FAA license to fly drone. We figured we could cover a lot more area. It borders Hunter Army Airfield. If you go a little bit further down Buckhalter, I had to call the Hunter Air Tower to see if we could clear the air because, you know, the military doesn't really like anybody telling them what to do. So, but we got the air cleared so we could search. Batteries in these drones, they drain very fast. We have 4 sets and they do not charge very fast. So we were the mission lasted about an hour. It's equipped with a thermal device as well. We use the thermal during the day and we were not able to locate anybody. So we packed up and left.
At some point when you were out there, did y'all document the premises with photographs and so forth?
Corporal Schenker did.
Okay. Now, did you go to Chatham County Police Department headquarters?
Yes, after I left the scene.
And was that where the defendant and Daniel Youngkin and Paul Simon were being interviewed?
Yes, I was aware they were in the building.
Just for the record, is that building where they were interviewed on October 5th, is that in Chatham County?
Yes, sir, it is.
While you were present at Chatham County Police Department headquarters, were you asked to conduct any digital evidence acquisition?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes, I believe it was Detective Cox, Detective Jenny Cox, brought me 3 phones. She identified them as the defendant's phone, Paul Simon's phone, and Daniel's phone. We have a machine called, it's a company called Cellbrite. You probably heard that already. That company specializes in extracting certain kinds of information from cell phones. Detective Cox informed me they had gotten verbal consent to search the phones, and I went ahead and extracted all 3 of them, and then provided them back to Detective Cox when I was finished with them.
Now, how did you go about conducting the Cellbrite extractions on this phone? Can you just at a high level kind of walk us through the process?
So when you get a phone, you know, it's always really good to have the code, and I believe they had provided the codes. The machine, it's basically like plugging it into a charger, for lack of a better. The machine is a box about that big. It also works with software on a computer, so it's plugged into a computer, and it will select the make and the model of the phone if it's in the catalog. Otherwise, you have to manually include it to put it in. Once you do that, you basically, there's a lot of technical stuff that you get into, but you make a folder, you tell the computer where you want the extraction to go, and you push the button and it does it. It does the magic.
And then you said you turn those extractions around to the
Yes.
detectives?
So typically what I do is when I perform an extraction, it comes out as UFD file. If you're familiar with Microsoft or what have you, it'll come out as a .doc file, like a doc file, or an Excel spreadsheet's a .excel file. This will come out as a .ufd. It's a proprietary that Cellbrite, the company, has. Typically, I will do as my workflow, other people might do it differently, but my workflow is I will go ahead and initiate a report. The machine then goes ahead and does a UFD report. A lot of our detectives at our department like to be able to work off the computer instead of looking at a 400-page PDF document. So that's what we do. We go ahead and just do the report on a UFD file. They come and bring us a jump drive or a small, external drive, and we then copy it over there, an exact copy over there.
When a detective gets one of these Cellbrite extractions from you and opens up a UFD file, because we've been talking all about this, but we haven't actually seen it.
Yeah.
What are they looking at? Like, what does it look like to go through a cell phone extraction as a detective?
So there is a reader program that the Cellbrite will put into the folders, and think about it like Adobe Reader. Okay, like you might not have the full-blown version of Adobe Acrobat, but you'll have the Adobe Reader. It's a light version. It comes up as kind of a dashboard. It shows, the phone, what it looks like, the make, the model, serial number, phone number. There are a few other identifier numbers that the carrier uses to identify that number on their network so they can bill you properly. But they're very specific numbers. And then on the left-hand side of the computer screen, you'll see such things as the calendar, and you can click on calendar and it'll show you if anybody had put calendar invites or booked any kind of dates. MMS for multimedia messages. We call it texting. Things used to be SMS texting where you couldn't send pictures and stuff, but if you have an Android, it's generally green. If you have an iPhone, it's blue. You can text pictures, things like that. That's why we call it multimedia.
Now, do you see in front of you an object marked as States Exhibit 52?
Yes.
Do you know what's in that envelope?
Yes, it is I believe it to be a thumb drive that says Cellbrite Extractions. It has my last name. It has my initials and the date of 10/4/24.
And is that the date that you reviewed the contents of that thumb drive?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what is on that thumb drive?
This is it's a dump of one of the 3 phones that I did.
Is it one or is it all 3?
Mm,
And we can, if you want to, if we need to plug it into the computer, we can do that.
I could do it if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. Come on down. have you now reviewed the contents of State's Exhibit 52?
Yes, sir, I have.
Can you tell us what's on it?
Yes, it is the extraction of Leilani Simon, Paul Simon, and Daniel Youngkin's cell phones.
And are those the extractions that you performed on October 5th?
Yes, sir.
And are those the extractions that you turned around to the detectives?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer this as State's Exhibit 52.
No objection.
If 52 is admitted without objection.
Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 53?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you flip through that and let me know when you're ready to talk about it?
Yes, sir. Okay.
All right. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's actually the first page that what I was describing a few minutes ago. It's the first page that you'll look at on a UFD reader after you've extracted a phone. I can see that it is the first page is an Apple iPhone XS Max. The Apple ID is simonleilani2@gmail.com. The second is a Android SM S134DL. Samsung likes to use weird things for their phone names. It does not appear to have, because it's not an Apple, it doesn't have an email address associated with it. It's an Android phone.
Can you tell the phone number of that phone from looking at that screenshot? Do you see a field on there, MSISDM?
That's it. 910. You have to forgive me. My eyes are not what they used to be. 910-729-1458.
So would that be the screenshot of Daniel, first opening frame of Daniel Youngkin's?
Yes, it's a Samsung.
And then what about the third page?
The third is another Android operating system phone. It is a Motorola G Pure. The phone number is 912-658-6410.
And would that be Paul's?
That is going to be Paul Simon's phone.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 53.
No objection.
I want to publish these and just briefly have you kind of walk us on to where you're seeing this stuff, okay?
Okay.
All right, so this is the first page. We're going to zoom way in. In this pink box right here, do you see some dates there?
Yes, sir.
What do those dates refer to?
Those are the dates when the extraction started and then when the extraction was over with.
All right, we see October 5th there.
Yes, sir.
And this is for which phone now?
This is for the iPhone XX Max, which I believe was Leilani Simon's phone.
All right, moving down a little bit. The Apple ID indicates as much.
Yes, you have to include an email address. If anybody's familiar with Apple, you have to have an Apple ID. It's an Apple, an email address associated with it.
All right, and is there somewhere on this list of identifiers where we can see what the phone number is?
Yes, right there, the MSISDN. It's area code 912-547-5275.
Okay. In this bit, it says examiner name.
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
That would be me.
Move on to the second page. This also indicates that this extraction was performed on the 5th
Yes, sir, it does.
by you.
Yes, sir.
And the MSISDN,
It is 910-729-458.
1458.
1458. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I should have zoomed in more for you. MSISDN is essentially the phone number.
Yes, sir. It's the carrier phone number.
And slide 3, also October 5th.
Yes, sir, it is.
Also you as the examiner.
Yes, sir.
And phone number here is
912-658-6410.
okay. All right. Were you involved in the collection of some video footage in this case?
Yes, sir, I was.
And have you prepared a presentation that stitches together some of the relevant video?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you go out and collect video, are you collecting only the relevant 1 or 2 minutes, or are you collecting like a broader swath?
We can have a range the detectives will have us pull. I typically will do an hour before, an hour after, just in case we don't catch something. But we were through detective information, we were able to kind of narrow down a time frame a little bit less.
Now, the presentation that you've prepared, where does it contain video footage from? What locations?
It contains footage from Azalea Mobile Home Park. First of all, the rental, I guess the mobile home, which is used as a rental home office, and Real Time Auto,
Just New Ride Auto?
New Ride Auto. That is it. New
So-
Ride Auto.
Those are the 2 locations that we're going to see footage from.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as State's Exhibit 54?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you tell from the envelope what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
These are copies of videos that we pulled from Azalea Mobile Home Park.
All right. And what about State's Exhibit 56?
This is the New Ride Auto video with a certificate inside of it from the owner saying that it was properly working.
Your Honor, I would introduce these exhibits as 54 and 56.
No objection.
54, 56, sorry.
All right. So those exhibits are just a raw copy of all the surveillance footage that you collected from those places,
Yes, sir.
which may be on the order of hours.
Yes.
Okay. Now, 57, what is that? States Exhibit 57. And actually, I think up there was either
57A.
57A and 57B.
This is the PowerPoint, the presentation that was put together, a disc.
Okay. And what about 57B?
Um,
Is it just a printout of this?
It is a printout of the presentation.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the components of this PowerPoint presentation, okay? Does it include video clips from these two locations from the relevant time period?
Yes, sir, it does.
Does it include some photographs of these, of Azalea that were taken by your forensics unit?
Yes, sir, it does.
And does it include some screenshots from Google Maps to help orient the jury on where these cameras are located and which direction they're pointing?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I would introduce this as States Exhibit 57.
No objection.
57 is admitted without objection.
All right, and I would ask to publish at this time, Your Honor.
You may decide.
Before we get into the nuts and bolts of this, can you just kind of summarize broadly for us
Yes, sir.
what this presentation and the video footage contained in it are going to show as to the defendant's movement shortly after 1 a.m. on October 5th?
Yes, sir, I can. Would it help to stand our point?
Sure. Yeah, you can stand up. Tell me.
So the video is concentrated in this area right here.
I'm just gonna ask you, Sergeant, if
Yes,
you
ma'am.
can just be mindful of keeping your voice up. We have
Yes,
Miss
ma'am.
Natalie trying to take
Sorry
something
about
down.
This is the area that the video was collected from. The new ride auto is almost right on the corner of Buckhalter and 17 or Beachy Road. The way the Google map did it was it took you to the center of Azalea Mobile Home Park, but the office is approximately right here.
And what's it going to show in terms of what that vehicle did? Just tight summary.
It shows it come in. It shows it come in the main road and continue down. And we lose track of it. It goes out of frame somewhere in here. And then we pick up a vehicle over on the exit. And then we see it come and then exit Azalea Mobile Home Park. It makes a left-hand turn, makes another left-hand turn at Buckhalter Road where New Ride Auto is about right here. They had a camera pointing this way, and you can see it head south on Buckhalter.
Back in the direction of 535 Buckhalter?
Yes, sir.
Now, is this video footage going to show that vehicle stationary at the dumpsters for any period of time during that trip?
Yes, sir.
For about how long, give or take?
Could have been 35, 45 seconds.
1 moment, please. All right, so with that preview, slide 1, what are we looking at here? What does this show?
So this is just an overall map of the area from 535 Buckhalter Road to Azalea Mobile Home Park. Google Maps is estimating that it takes 7 minutes and 2.7 miles.
Buckhalter Road is the L shape here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so even though there's a turn there, does it remain Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir. It's a pretty sizable dog leg to the right.
Now, this road running kind of diagonal in the top left, this larger road, what is that?
That is Ogeechee Road. Some people call it highway. Well, it's a U.S. Highway 17, but a lot of locals call it Ogeechee Road.
You said that the video footage is concentrated in this area at the top, like the Buckhalter Ogeechee Road intersection.
Yes, sir.
Now, moving on to the next slide, where have we moved here?
So this is the intersection of Buckhalter Road and Highway 17 or Ogeechee Road. That is where the New Ride Auto is approximately right here. There is La Camas, my Spanish isn't good. It's a Hispanic restaurant and grocery store right here.
Okay.
And then you head down and take a right at 4711 to go past a Chevron station that's right here. And that takes you directly into Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Now, the next slide, does this slide show the locations of the buildings from which you obtained the video footage?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. And can we see Ogeechee Road in this image?
Yes, it is the 4-lane with a divider running almost horizontally at the top of the screen.
And do you see the marker there for New Ride Auto?
Yes, sir.
Is that Buckhalter Road immediately to the left of that?
Yes, sir, that is. It's running north and south at that point from the vantage point you have.
Now, can we see the Chevron in this image?
Yes, sir.
And where is it? I'm sorry to keep asking
It's all
you
right.
to get up, but that might be the easiest way to do it.
So this is the Chevron convenience store. These are the gas pumps for the Chevron station. Again, the store, the gas pumps for the Chevron station.
Okay, for the record, that's, trying to think of the best way to do this. That would be above the left side of the yellow marker for the Azalea Management Office. If you go along the left side of that marker and go up, you see the white square, and that's the Chevron. And then above that is the parking lot and pumps for the Chevron.
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, this next slide, what intersection is this?
This is the intersection of Buckhalter Road, which is running north and south vertically across the screen. That is Ogeechee Road, Highway 17 running horizontally.
And do you see that structure with the yellow arrow pointing off of it?
Yes, sir, I do.
Now, that yellow arrow is something that we added, right, in PowerPoint.
Yes.
And what does that arrow signify?
That arrow signifies a camera that is mounted on that building.
And what is that building again?
That is a New Ride Auto.
Where does that camera point?
It points towards the primarily Buckhalter Road on the corner of the intersection
Okay.
and the entrance to Buckhalter.
Now, this next slide, again, we back out to where we see both of the structures that we're going to talk about footage from, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in the next slide, you mentioned that you got camera footage from cameras mounted on the management shed at Azalea.
Yes.
I've now advanced again, so we see one arrow on the left side kind of pointing up. Do you see how that arrow is sort of on the edge of a white structure?
Yes, sir.
What is that white structure?
The white structure is the rental office for Azalea Mobile Home Park.
And what does that yellow arrow signify?
It is pointing in the direction of the camera, which we downloaded video from.
Okay, so does this yellow arrow signify one of the cameras from which you obtained video footage at that place?
Yes, sir.
Now, the monitoring system where you can look at the footage from these cameras, where is that?
It is located inside the rental office.
The same building that the cameras are hanging off of?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I've advanced again. Now we see a second yellow arrow pointing more or less in the other direction, right?
Yes, sir.
What does this arrow signify?
So this arrow signifies a second camera that is pointed down the entrance road to Azalea Mobile Home Park.
All right, so we're at 2 Azalea cameras now, right?
Yes, sir.
And if you were to travel, south on that road, would you pass through the frame of one camera and into the frame of another pretty much immediately?
Yes, sir. They're very close together.
I've advanced again, and now we see a third arrow pointing kind of like down and to the right and down a little bit on this slide. What does that arrow signify?
That is the third camera that we pulled video from. If you follow the arrow down and to the right, you might see this. You might see this greenish area, this brownish area.
Like in the extreme bottom right?
Yes, sir.
frame.
Yes, sir.
And what is there?
That is where the waste collection point is, the dumpsters for the community.
What is this? You see this, what looks like a white car here?
Yes.
All right. And then above that, the white structure that you've described as the management office, I think.
Yes, sir.
What is this sort of triangular area here?
It's kind of a maintenance yard. They appear to keep maintenance equipment in there, what have you, skid steers, just different types of maintenance equipment.
And is this yard bounded by a fence?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe that fence?
I call it a hurricane fence. It's a metal fence. And of note was that it had some green slats running through it.
And this triangular yard here, just north of that white maintenance shed, what's it bounded by on the other side of the fence?
Show me.
What is this here?
Oh, that is the exit road to Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Okay, so is it fair to say that if you want to come into Azalea, you come down this road here
Yes.
on the left,
Yes.
and then if you want to get out, you can go out this way?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Is this a one-way street or a two-way street?
It is a one-way street.
Okay, so it's a two-way street or a one-way street to exit.
Yes.
Okay. And dumpsters are over here in the bottom right-hand corner.
Yes, sir.
What is the field of view like from this camera that's oriented in the direction of the maintenance yard and the dumpster? What are you, if you look at footage from that camera, what are you looking at?
You can look down the road. There is a fence, obviously the fence we've been talking about, but if you look right to the top of the fence, you will be able to see a lot further down the road.
If you come in on that entrance road, it's on kind of the left side of the frame, is it possible in Azalea to do sort of a complete loop that takes you out on the exit road that you described?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said earlier that's sort of how you're supposed to go in. And
That's
then
how
out
you're
of the
supposed
place?
to. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I've gone back to where we're only looking at this. I've advanced to where we're looking at the single arrow pointed up. And that signifies the first camera that you were talking about, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. In this next slide where we see, it looks like we're looking at the monitor for a security system and an iPhone. What are we looking at here?
So that is the camera from the arrow that y'all just saw on the Google map, pointing towards, in the upper left-hand corner, you'll see the Chevron station building. And out here, you'll see Ogeechee Road.
All right, you're indicating towards the top right of
Yes, sir.
the image. So does this camera capture cars entering Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes, sir, it does.
And we heard testimony from Officer Schenker. And Your Honor, I'm sorry, I did not ask permission. May I remain seated at this point?
Yes.
Um,
And if you need, anytime that you're operating in this way, you can remain seated.
Thank you, Ron. He testified that the timestamp on the Azalea cameras was off by like, it was like 80, 81 minutes slow. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir, I do. 80, 81 minutes because the phone does not give the seconds like the video does.
Okay. So this is the field of view from that first camera that we've talked about.
Yes, sir.
Now, I've advanced to the next slide. We see that arrow pointing down and to the left a little bit. That's the second camera that you described for us, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Right. I should say the second Azalea camera that you described for us. This next slide, what are we seeing here?
This is the field of view from the camera that we just spoke of with the yellow arrow. It is right next to the other camera that points towards the Chevron station. This points towards the back-ish. I mean, as you would go back further into Azalea, you can also see, I believe, the first road that goes off to the right in that field of view.
And is that first road that goes off to the right, is that visible right there, kind of beyond that truck?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this, because you've mentioned that. I'm going to pull up what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 35. Do you see this?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Does that indicate what it looks like if you take a right turn on that road you just mentioned?
It appears to be.
Okay. All right, back to your presentation. I'm on slide 10 here. I'll try to get us all on slide 10. Give me a moment.
Mr. Lee, while you're preparing that, we need to take a short break. The time now is 11:30. Let's make this a short break. It's a 10-minute break. Okay, we'll be back at 11:40. And of course, please don't discuss the case with anyone and don't do any research. Thank you. We're in recess.
Thank you.
Jurors indicated that they needed a break, so we'll just come back in 10 minutes. All right, thank you. We're in recess. was a little bit of an unexpected break, but we need breaks. And so now we're back on the record. We're about to bring the jury out. Everybody ready to go? Okay, please bring out the jury. All right, thank you, Williams. And please have a seat. There haven't been any discussions about the case? No research as well, correct? Okay. Mr. Dean.
All right, so we're on slide 11. And this is that arrow that you said signifies the third camera at Azalea that we talked about, the one that's oriented into that maintenance yard and kind of catches the dumpsters in the distance.
Yes, sir.
And we've got the dumpsters marked there, right?
Yes.
All right, this next slide, slide 12, what are we looking at here?
So again, as previously, we wanted to show the time difference. So obviously we have the cell phone. We also had a detective outside within view on this particular shot that shows the times are the same, and then you can see the timestamp up at the top.
Now, is this the field of view for the camera that we were just talking about?
It's as close as we could get to it. You know, we had it up in the air, and I think it's probably a little bit better view from the camera than what we're seeing here out the window. What we were trying to prove in this image was the time difference.
Okay. We are looking at a monitor here though, right?
Yes.
All right. So this shows the orientation of that camera?
Yes, sir, it does.
Can you describe to us where that fence is that you were talking about earlier?
Yes, sir, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
So, what I describe as a metal hurricane fence is this. It goes all the way around. You might be able to see barbed wire at the top, and you could just see different types of, you know, equipment, heavy equipment that's there.
And where are the dumpsters in this field of view?
Because I've examined it a lot, this dumpsters are roughly in this area right here. It's almost above. You see the skid steer's cat, and then you see what looks like an overturned traffic sign. It would be above the fence right here.
Okay, so it's like the extreme top right of the field of view.
Yes, sir.
Where is that exit road, the one-way exit road that runs along the top of that maintenance yard in this
The
field
exit
of view?
road would be running here, and then as you see the fence, it would be running past this fence right here.
So does this camera catch vehicles exiting Azalea using that exit road?
Yes, sir, it does.
Now, this is a photograph that I think is already introduced into evidence through Officer Schenker. This is just and I think he identified it as a photograph that was taken with the camera essentially under the video camera that we're talking about.
I made sure in camera speak that it was as close to what the human eye sees. That's called a 55 millimeter zoom. So I had him put his camera at 55 millimeter. It's as close as field of view that humans can get. But as you see, it's higher than the previous picture. Again, I'll bring your attention to the cat skid steer. Here's the sign. If you see this white vehicle right here, this is the assistant manager's vehicle of the mobile home park. Parked right there, and the dumpster, it's kind of hard to see for y'all probably a ways away, but you can actually see some brownish, and then there's some green, but that's exactly where the dumpsters are. We did not have her park there, by the way. She just happened to be there.
Moving on to the next slide. This is also a photograph that has been admitted through the testimony of Officer Schenker. Is that the white car sitting next to the dumpsters that you were just talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is it in the same place in this image as it was in the last image?
It appears to be.
In other words, it hadn't moved?
No, sir.
All right. So now let's actually watch this footage, okay? We back out and we see the two source buildings, I guess I'll call them, New Ride Auto and the Azalea Management Office. This is slide 15. Slide 16, this is that New Ride Auto camera again.
Yes, sir, it is.
And then slide 17, this is a video clip, right?
Yes, sir. This is the video camera angle from New Ride Auto pointing towards Buckhalter. And you can also see a little bit of 17.
And what time is this footage from?
The timestamp says 1:16 and 15 seconds on Wednesday.
October 5th, 2022?
Yes.
All right, and what are we going to see in this clip?
You're going to see a vehicle pass through your view on the road.
Which road is it going to be on initially?
Buckhalter.
And what direction is it going to be traveling?
It's going to be traveling northbound or towards Ageechee Road.
And when it hits that intersection of Buckhalter and Ogeechee Road, what is it going to do?
It will take a right.
And what type of vehicle does it appear to you to be?
It appears to be a Dodge Journey, a light colored Dodge Journey.
Now, this series of video clips is in chronological order of when the events occurred, correct?
Yes, sir, they are.
So at this point, that Dodge Journey is taking a right onto Ogeechee Road from Buckhalter Road, right?
Yes, it is.
All right, moving to slide 18, we see the two source buildings marked again. In slide 19, this shows the position and orientation of the first camera that we're going to see footage from, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
Now, can we see the overhang for the Chevron pumps up there in the top left area?
Yes, sir, in the top right, top left.
And are those some U-Hauls next to that, kind of reflecting?
Yes, I think at the time they were running U-Hauls at that establishment.
In that timestamp that says 23:56, that's 80 to 81 minutes slow, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if it says 23:56 and you add 80 to 81 minutes, you get like 1:17 a.m. or so
Yes, sir.
on October 5th, 2022, right?
Yes, sir.
And what is this clip going to show?
It's going to show a vehicle approach from the left side of the screen, and then it will make a right-hand turn on the entrance to Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Does it appear to be the same vehicle as in the last clip we just watched?
It does.
And this would have been just seconds after that clip we just watched, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, slide 21, this signifies the camera pointing the other way.
Yes, sir, it does.
And I think you mentioned earlier that a vehicle driving into Azalea would pass through the field of view of the camera we just watched footage from into the field of view of this camera.
Yes, sir.
Now, the next slide, what are we going to see here?
You're going to see a vehicle enter from the right-hand side of the screen and then go all the way across the screen and exit the left-hand side of the screen.
Now, we looked at that image earlier of that right turn that you can take with the red arrows.
Yes, sir.
And can you see that street where you would take a right? That's in this frame. is it
Yes,
not?
sir, it does.
Does the vehicle take a right on that right or not?
No, it does not.
And does the vehicle that we're about to see seem to be the same one from the previous vehicle?
It seems to myself, it seems to be the same vehicle.
And this clip would just be like a second or two after that one.
Yes, yes.
All right. Same vehicle.
The,
driving
the,
down
the
same-
cameras are right next to each other.
Now, you mentioned earlier that if you drive in this way that we just watched this car do, you can make a loop and take that one-way exit road.
Yes, sir. It's a loop. There's several roads that bisect it, but you have to go to that other road to exit.
Is this the way we just saw this car drive? Is that the way that you would drive to make that loop
Yes,
that takes you past the dumpsters and to that one-way exit road?
that is the full loop. Yes, sir.
Now, what is this here?
Appears to be a still image of the vehicle that we just watched on the video.
And what is this next slide here, slide 24?
This is a Dodge Journey that is sitting in, I believe, the technical garage of the FBI building.
Is that the Dodge Journey that was towed from 535 Buckhalter?
Yes, sir, it is.
Does that Dodge Journey that was towed from the house and photographed at the FBI office, does that appear to be consistent with the vehicle that we're seeing in this security footage?
Yes, sir, it does. I pay particular attention to what we call the back part. If you can see the slant and the angle, there's certain things you look at when you've been looking at cars for a very long time on video that you try to key in on, even though the video is somewhat pixelated. The tire, the area of the tire appears to be the same. The angle of the light appears to be the same.
Now, this next slide, slide 25, this signifies the location of that camera that catches the dumpsters in the top of the front field of view.
Yes.
Now, what are we going to see here?
So what you're going to see here is you're going to see some brightness, and I'll stand up.
Sure, yeah.
You're going to see some brightness. Again, I'll bring your attention to this cat skid steer. Here's the fallen down traffic sign. Again, you're looking in this area right here. And that's kind of orientates you.
And you said you're going to see some brightness. Does it appear to you to be vehicle headlights?
Yes, it does.
And are those vehicle headlights moving continuously throughout this video clip or not?
No, sir, they're not.
Can you tell us for about how long they appear to be stationary?
I think I said earlier, I misspoke. I believe it's probably around 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 15 seconds, something like that.
And based on the pictures that we've looked at so far, what area of Azalea Mobile Home Plaza do those apparent vehicle headlights appear to be stationary at for 2 minutes or so?
Judging by where they're stationary and knowing what I knew from the white vehicle being parked there, I believe it to be in the area of the dumpsters.
Now, initially, when you're just seeing headlights stationary in the area of the dumpsters, are you able to tell what vehicle that is at that point?
No, sir.
Is there a point in this video clip where you do get a good look at that vehicle?
Yes, sir. I believe so. If the jury remembers, I spoke of a hurricane fence and the slats going through them. These are, angled green slats with probably all seen in the construction sites. It's supposed to somewhat obscure what's behind the fence. But when a vehicle or when anything is moving behind it, you get an idea better when that object is moving. So you'll see right in here.
What is the vehicle doing at that point? Like, which direction is it headed? What road is it on? And so
It is headed towards the exit.
is it on that one-way exit road you described?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, that runs along the top side of that yard.
Yes, sir, it does.
Now, when you get a look at it at that point, does it appear to you to be the same vehicle that we've been seeing in all these other video clips?
It does.
With that preview, I'll go ahead and play the video clip on slide 26 here. Now, at this point, we're about halfway into this video clip. At this point, do those headlights appear to be stationary in the area of the dumpsters?
Yes, sir.
When they appear to start moving to you and making that movement that you were describing to us, will you just let us know and kind of narrate to us what that vehicle is doing and where it's heading?
Okay, it's now moving. As you can tell, there's some light shining off the building, and obviously you see now the car comes into view. You can see it pass what appears to be the same vehicle, a crossover vehicle, which is what a Dodge Journey is classified as, a crossover.
And which direction, like where would this vehicle be heading at this point?
Logically, it'd be heading out, exiting the Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Towards Ogeechee Road?
Yes, sir.
Now, this next slide, slide 27, this is the first Azalea camera that we talked about, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
This is the one that captures the entrance from Ogeechee Road of vehicles going into Azalea. and the exit from Azalea onto Ogeechee Road and vehicles leaving, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
And this next slide, slide 28, is some footage from that camera, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what are we going to see here?
You're going to see a car come in from the right-hand side of the screen, make a right-hand turn, and then up at Ogeechee Road or Highway 17, you'll see it make a left-hand turn.
Now, initially, when you see, I guess, the headlights of that car, or maybe the car itself, what road is it going to be on? Is it going to be on that one-way exit road?
Yes, it's kind of a triangle, but it's on the exit part of it.
And it's going to make a right onto the Azalea Road that comes off of Ogeechee, and then a left onto Ogeechee Road itself.
Yes, sir, it will.
Does it come to a complete stop?
Yes, it is coming and it is signaling that it's going to turn to the left. And now it's turned.
Now, from the footage that we've watched to this point, did that vehicle appear to stop at the Chevron on the way in or
No, sir.
on the way out from Azalea?
No, sir, it did not.
Now, did you all also get video footage from the Chevron itself?
We did pull video from the Chevron station.
And did you look at that video footage to see whether it somehow showed the vehicle stopping at the Chevron station on either end of this trip?
It showed what this video shows.
Does it essentially just show it driving by the Chevron?
Yes, sir, it
to
does.
Azalea, and then later out of Azalea?
Yes.
Now, moving on to slide 30, we're back at New Ride Auto here, right?
Yes, sir, we are.
The Ogeechee Road Buckhalter intersection.
Yes.
And what are we going to see in this video clip at slide 31?
You'll see a vehicle approach from the right-hand side of the screen, and it will make a left-hand turn onto Buckhalter Road.
Does it appear to be the same vehicle that we've been watching for the last?
It appears to be.
A little glitchy. Let's try that again, see if it works better. What time are we at here?
It is 1:22:45 in the morning on Wednesday, 10/5/2022.
Now, would that right turn on Buckhalter there, or I'm sorry, left turn onto Buckhalter there, would that take you back to 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, if you followed Buckhalter Road, it would take you back there.
One moment, please, John. No further questions, John.
Thank you. Sergeant Coleman, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, sir?
Good. Just got a couple of questions. You're more technologically advanced than I am.
I don't know.
Well, I call my daughter in college for computer help, so.
I understand.
In terms of collection of cell phone information,
Yes, sir.
my understanding is there's a computer program which you know how to operate.
Yes, sir.
I think your words were you plug it in and let the machine do its thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your job is to be the technical guy who is able to download that stuff, for lack of a more precise term,
Yes, sir.
and then provide it to the detectives for interpretation.
Yes.
Okay. And you used a phrase in terms of the videos that we've been talking about for the last few minutes. Out of frame. Tell us what that means, please.
When I say out of frame, I meant out of frame of the physical television.
So if it's out of frame, anyone who's looking at it, trying to interpret it, can't really see what's going on.
That would be correct.
You said that most of the video, at least that I think I watched, other than the references of where cameras were, the actual video of cars really moving and things was pretty dark.
It is dark in there at night. Yes, sir.
And I think we were talking about 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the vehicles that you've seen, at least the ones that I saw, and I want you to tell me if I'm wrong, those videos that you were referencing, I didn't see anybody get in a vehicle or get out of them. Is that correct? Okay. So we see cars moving or just parked.
Yes.
And in terms of identifying vehicles, I think you said that there was a picture of the Dodge Journey, and I think it's the FBI.
Yes, in their tech lab. Yes.
Thank you. Didn't want to call it the FBI garage.
It basically is.
What you actually said was that picture was consistent with the vehicle that we have seen some pictures of moving.
I believe it to be.
Okay. Consistent means kind of looks like it, but you can't be absolutely sure it's the same vehicle, can you?
I believe it to be the same make and model. Yes, sir.
Because it's consistent
in color.
It's consistent with what you saw in the FBI place.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
There are a couple of slides on here that I neglected to ask you about because I momentarily thought we had come to the end. Going to slide 32, what structure are we seeing here?
So this is a single wide mobile home. I believe it's, can't remember the lot number. For some reason, 13 is sticking in my head, but I could be wrong on that.
Where is it in reference? Is it at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes, sir.
Where is it in relation to the dumpsters?
If I was taking this picture and I turned around 180 degrees, the dumpsters are right there.
Okay, so this picture is taken essentially from the dumpsters.
Yes, sir.
Now, zooming in on that at slide 33, what are we looking at there over the window?
So right above the window is it's a camera, video camera, and it stores, it's not the kind of video camera that has a central storage area. It has what's called an SD card, and I think of it as a little hard drive. Okay. You pull it out, you can put it in a computer and then watch the video. It doesn't have its own computer with it. It was explained to me by the manager of Azalea Mobile Home Park that they own that camera, but that the man that actually owns the trailer allowed them to keep it there. They were not sure if it worked or not, but obviously because of its proximity, we were very interested in it. We were given permission to take the camera by the property management. We looked at the camera, we took the SD card out. I can use the term corrupted. This camera is not made for outside, and we all live in Savannah. It's humid, it's hot. this is not a ruggedized camera, and we were not able to pull any images or video from this camera at all.
Did you, once you had taken a crack at it, did you give that camera or the SD card in it or both to the FBI
Yes, sir, I did.
to see whether they could do any more than you were able to do with it?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you mentioned it's not designed for outdoor use. Is it an indoor camera?
It's an indoor camera.
And is it something like it had been put up by the manager to deter illegal dumping?
That's what she explained to me.
Okay. Just to be clear, was this something, we watched a bunch of video from like the commercial system at the property management office, right?
Right.
And all those cameras worked and everything, barring the timestamp issue. Was this camera a part of or tied into that, commercial system?
No, sir, it was not.
Something totally different.
Yes.
And you guys took it and did what you could with it.
We did what we could with it. Yes, sir.
But you were ultimately not able to recover any footage from it from the night of the 4th?
I was not. No, sir.
Okay. One moment, please. No further questions.
Nothing further. Thank you, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, thank you. You may step down and you're excused.
Thank you.
I think it's a great time for a break. It's 12:15. Let's break for lunch. Let's come back at 1:15. We'll come back in an hour. I understand that you're having lunch here up in the snack bar area. We'll get back, get started. No worries. We're not going to go extremely long today. Okay. I figured I'd break it to you, but.
If that ends up happening.
No objection to that.
Okay, let's take a break. We'll see y'all in an hour. Well, 1 hour. Okay, we're in recess. No discussion, no research, please.
Jury's exiting.
All right. Thank you. We're in recess for an hour. Thank you.
Solomon. I don't recall which supervisor, but typically when we get call outs, especially during the duty day, we responded to 535 Buckhalter.
Now, we've heard some testimony, we've seen some body worn camera still frames showing you and Detective Wilkins getting there at roughly the same time. Him maybe a little bit earlier than you. Does that sound about right to you?
Yes, Detective Wilkins arrived before I did on scene.
And were you second on scene for CID?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us generally what was going on there when you arrived?
When I first arrived on scene, I met with Lieutenant Foster, who was head supervisor on scene at the time, and he basically just gave me the rundown exactly, who is he talked to and what situation we're dealing with.
Now, what was Wilkins' responsibility out there? What was he doing?
At the time, he interviewed Leilani.
And what did your role become upon your arrival? What were you doing out there?
So after I talked with Lieutenant Foster, I met up with Detective Wilkins, who was already speaking with Leilani. And then after he conducted his interview, I had a brief interview with Leilani while Wilkins was right there.
Now, were you involved in coordinating the transport of Leilani Simon, Paul Simon, and Daniel Youngkin to Chatham County Police Department headquarters?
Yes, sir.
And is that building in Chatham County?
Yes, sir.
What was your involvement in the transport?
I took Leilani to the precinct.
What type of vehicle did you take her in?
At the time, it would have been my silver Ford Explorer unmarked vehicle.
Now, what's the back seat of that vehicle like?
It's just a normal, for that vehicle, it's just a normal back seat.
It's not like a patrol car with a cage and all that.
No cage, no plastic seating. I mean, it has your seatbelt, your standard seatbelts.
All right, so you gave her a ride.
Correct.
When you got to headquarters, we've heard some testimony that detectives and FBI agents paired up in teams to interview these three people. Is that your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Who were you paired up with?
I was the Special Agent Solomon.
And who did you and Special Agent Solomon interview?
We interviewed Danny.
Okay. Was he cooperative during October 5th?
Yes.
And at some point, did he give you consent to go through his phone and to download his phone?
That is correct.
All right. Did you also conduct an interview with Joe Swain when you were there?
Yes, after we interviewed Danny, I conducted an interview with Joe.
And who is Joe Swain in relation to the defendant?
Joe would be Leilani's older brother.
Okay. I'd like to show you what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 3 and identified as still frames from Sergeant Stewart's body-worn camera. Specifically, slide 18, okay? Do you see Joe Swain in this image? Is that him behind the truck there?
Yes, I believe that's him.
Okay. So he was at the scene at some point and came to headquarters?
Yes, he was on scene.
Okay. And did he have any relevant information to provide? He didn't live in that house at the time, did he?
No, to what he provided that he moved out 6 months prior to this incident.
Did he have any relevant information to provide to you all though that assisted you in the investigation?
Yeah, so the initial interview, he thought it was odd that Leilani would blame Henry.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you just about the ADT records, okay?
Okay.
Did he have access on his phone to ADT records pertaining to the house?
Yes.
Tell me why did he have access to that?
To my knowledge, he had access because he's the one who set up the account for Billy Joe the owner of the residence, and he still had access because he would access it for her.
And tell us about this ADT system, what you know of it.
So the ADT records he provided was basically like similar to like a phone log. There were sensors on the doors to the living room, the front door, and the dining room is what it was labeled in on the records. And each time the door would open and close, it was time stamped. And he had a screenshot version as if you would to check your bank records and you could see your statements. Well, he had a screenshot version of actually being able to access what day to look at the sensors.
Was it like an app on his phone?
Yes, that's correct.
And was he able to show that to you and sort of walk you through what doors had opened and closed when?
Yes, sir.
Now, was there any particular, let me just make clear, are you talking to him about this on the scene or at headquarters?
No, so he provided the screenshots. He sent them to me via text while I was on scene executing the search warrant. This happened after the interview with Joe.
Oh, okay, so it's after headquarters, you've gone back to the scene.
Correct.
All right. Was there any particular door activity at this time that was of interest to you that he provided?
Yes, at the time he provided a screenshot of the front door, which when we responded initially on scene, Leilani stated she woke up at 9 o'clock in the morning, approximately 9 o'clock in the morning. And then I was provided a statement from Danny when I interviewed him with Special Agent Solomon that he received a phone call from Leilani at 9:14. And initially at this point in the investigation, her statement was she woke up, the door was open, she searched, and then she called Danny. Well, when I was provided the ADT records, it showed the front door opening at 9:22 a.m., which conflicted with Danny and Leilani's statements.
Now, did you follow up with ADT, the company, in search of official door sensor records from them directly?
Yes, I executed a search warrant for ADT to get certified records.
And did they turn around responsive records to you?
That is correct, yes.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 58?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the search warrant.
The search warrant you sent to ADT?
This is the one I mailed to ADT. That is correct.
When did you get that search warrant? When did you obtain it from the judge?
I obtained it. Can I look at my report?
Would it help to just look at the warrant? I mean, wouldn't the warrant have a date on it? Or?
I mean, it was signed the 14th day of October, but I just want to make sure the day I mailed it out.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so October 17th, 2022 is when I mailed it.
Okay. And did they give you responsive records after receiving that search warrant?
Yes, sir. On October 27th, I received an email by Stacy Wise providing me with the records that were requested.
Now, the records that you got from them, what do they look like? What's the format?
So the format is basically she provided a business record certification stating that she's the one who pulled the records. And then the format is what I requested were the days from September 28th to October 5th. And it's pretty much just a timeline of since September 28th when, well, I'll just look at it real quick. From the point that the dining room door opened at 5:12 in the morning to all the way up to the point of 10/5/22 where the door opened at 23:56 p.m.
So that all the way through the evening, like
Correct.
that time of October 5th. What was that? I didn't catch the opening date, like a week's worth of records or something.
I requested from September 28th to October 5th of 2022.
Okay, so a week.
Correct.
And do those records show when a given door opened, like open and close kind of all in the same go, or just open or just closed after having been open? Can you tell all that from those records?
Yes, sir.
Is there something about cameras at that residence associated with this system?
So there are cameras supposed to be with the system, but the cameras weren't activated.
They weren't working that day?
No, we ADT was not able to recover any camera footage.
Okay. And at some point, did the defendant and some other people told you the cameras at the residence weren't active during the relevant time frame?
Correct.
Now, these ADT records, again, the format of what you got, what does it look like? It's like columns or a spreadsheet or what?
I'd go with it's a spreadsheet. You go from left to right. It'll give you a monitor or message, which would be a monitor is actually the door sensor moving. The message is when the system itself is doing a self check to say, like, the sensors are still working, they still can reach a camera or whatnot. And then it will go into how they would describe each sensor. For this sake, sensor 1 was described as front door, sensor 2 was described as dining room, and sensor 3 was described as living room.
Your Honor, at this time, I would introduce in the evidence States Exhibit 58 and 50. 59 is the ADT records that you got back?
Yes, sir.
All right. I would introduce States 58 and 59.
Any objection? Having reviewed both, Judge, no objection.
Those are admitted.
Now, let me ask you this. You get these records from ADT, and I understand that you said they have a business record certification with them. We have heard, I think, some interview footage of the defendant claiming that the front door sensor wasn't working properly at the time or something along those lines. Did you do anything yourself to ascertain, to verify whether these records are reliable, whether the statements in the records about when a door opened or closed is something that you can rely on and seems to be true?
Yeah, so what I did, I reviewed BWC footage from the officers that were on scene, and given the doors being open so actively, I thought it was a good source. Well, our BWCs, they're also time-stamped as well. I was able to timestamp one of the officers, Officer Jepson, when he walks into the house with Danny. It was the dining room door at 10:01, and then it correlated with his BWC. Also, there was another when Lieutenant Foster was messing with the front door at 10:16. I was able to review Voss's BWC, which corroborated with it was timestamped 10:16 as well.
Okay. So after cross-checking opening and closing of the door that you can see on some of these responding officers' cameras against the entries that you're seeing in the ADT records, do you believe those records to be accurate and these sensors to have been working properly at that time?
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned that these records are in like kind of a spreadsheet format. Have you done anything to create a visual aid to show the jury when the various doors in this house open and close, or just opened, or just closed after having been opened?
Yeah, the PowerPoint was created with a layout of the house, and then the front door, living room door, and dining room door is labeled through slides indicating when one door was open and closed and one door was open, vice versa.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 60, or perhaps it's just a disk? I don't remember.
It's labeled ADT PowerPoint. It's 60, yes.
Now, have you reviewed the contents of that disk?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does it contain the presentation that you've just described?
That's correct.
And do the contents of that presentation accurately reflect what the ADT records themselves say?
Yes.
Do you believe that presentation will aid the jury in their understanding of your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer States Exhibit 60 at this time and ask permission to publish it.
No objection, Judge.
60 is admitted, and you may publish.
Now, do you agree with me that this presentation is not the most exciting thing in the world?
Absolutely.
All right, you ready to rip through it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are we looking at on the first slide?
So from my right to your left, this is Leilani and Danny's room. I'm gonna get a little closer.
Yeah, you can step down if you want to just.
So this is Leilani and Danny's room. This is the first floor of the house. I don't have the second floor. And all we're caring about is the front, dining room, and living room door. Front door will be right. These right here are just windows. I know they look like doors. It's just the way the layout. Front door will be right here. Dining room door right here, and the living room door is going to present itself right here. And the stars are actually where the doors would be.
And is each successive slide going to represent essentially an entry from these ADT records?
Correct.
Now, the first entry, what is the date and time for this? For each of these, why don't you just tell us the date, time, and what door is showing activity and what that activity is, okay? So we're on slide 2 here.
Okay. So we're going to start with October 4th. This is going to be 4:16 p.m. Down below is when the dining room door opens and closes.
Slide 3.
It's October 4th at 4:28 p.m. The dining room is opening and closing.
Slide 4.
October 4th at 4:40 p.m. The dining room is opening and closing.
Slide 5.
October 4th at 4:43 p.m. The dining room is opening and closing.
So still like mid to late afternoon at this point.
Correct.
Slide 6.
At 5:29 on October 4th, the front door is closed.
Now, can I presume from that there was an earlier entry showing that door being open but not closed?
Yes, the presentation didn't go far back enough, but on the ATT records do reflect that the front door was opened prior and was not closed, and that's why it's just now showing a closed.
Okay. Slide 7.
On October 4th at 5:45 p.m., the dining room is opening and closing.
Slide 8.
At 17:52 on October 4th, the front door is opening and closing, along with the dining room doors opening and closing.
Now, does this mean that these events happened at the exact same time, or does it mean something different?
No, it happened within minute. It happened within the minute. The AT records does not break down seconds. So there will be repeated like front door opening and closing at some times. That's why it will reflect. There's further into the presentation, there'll be another slide like this, but it only would break down 5:52 between, 552, that both these stores opened before 553 hit.
And closed as well, right?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that this, where there's no special notation, that each of these stars represents the door opening and closing in the same entry?
Yeah, so for the most part, a lot of the entries, we use basically the blinking star. It's common. You open the door, you close it right away because you're just going through. So just the blinking star means opening and closing.
Okay. And does this presentation specify where a door is open but not closed?
That is correct.
Slide 9.
October 4th at 5:55 p.m., the dining room is opening and closing.
Slide 10.
October 4th at 6:26 p.m., the door is left open.
Which door?
The front door, sorry.
All right. And so at this time, the store is opened but not closed.
Correct.
Slide 11.
On October 4th at 6:44 p.m., the front door is still open and the dining room is open and closed.
Slide 12.
On October 4th at 7:19 p.m., the front door is closed.
Slide 13.
On October 4th at 7:19 p.m., the front door is open and closed.
Slide 14.
On October 4th at 7:43 p.m., the dining room door is open and closed. On October
This is, just for the record, this is slide 15.
On October 4th, 7:46 p.m., the dining room is open and closed.
Slide 16.
October 4th at 7:59 p.m., the door is left open,
Which door?
the front door.
Slide 17.
On October 4th at 8:41 p.m., the front door is closed.
And that was after having been left open on the previous slide.
Correct.
Slide 18.
On October 4th at 9:41 p.m., the front door is opened.
Slide 19.
On October 4th at 10:11 p.m., the front door is closed.
Slide 20.
On October 4th at 10:11 p.m., the front door is open.
Slide 21.
On October 4th at 10:22 p.m., the front door is still open. And then the dining room door is open and closed.
Your Honor, I will note for the court, at this time, we've introduced this exhibit only on a disc. I do intend to print a paper version of this presentation and add it into evidence at a convenient time so that the jury will have it during deliberations, so that they don't have only the disc to be able to look at it.
Any objection to that?
Your Honor, I would object when the time comes. Let's just get to that point first. And I'll state all those reasons why later.
Oh. You may proceed.
All right, this is slide 21. I don't remember whether you addressed this one or not yet. Can you tell us again what this?
Yes, on October 4th at 10:22 p.m., the front door is still open and the dining room door was open and closed.
Slide 22.
At October 4th at 10:36 p.m., the front door is still open and the dining room is open and closed.
One moment, please, Your Honor. I'd like to approach with what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 86. On page 5 of this exhibit, there's a text message that has been identified in prior testimony as being from Daniel Youngkin to the defendant, sent at 10:38 p.m. on October 4th. Can you read what that message says?
It says Paul showed up and is going to bed.
So would this opening of the dining room door seem to correlate with that message?
Yes, sir.
Slide 23.
On October 4th at 11:13 p.m., the front door is still open and the dining room is open and closed.
Slide 24.
On October 4th at 11:58 p.m., the front door is closed.
Slide 25.
On October 5th of 2022 at 1 o'clock in the morning, the living room door is opened.
Now, let me go back to the last slide, slide 24. What's the time on slide 24 and what door is active here?
The front door is closed at 11:58 p.m.
All right. So between 11:58 p.m. when the front door closes and the next slide, 1:02 a.m. on the 5th when the living room door opens, was there any other door activity in the house?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Now let me ask you about this living room door here. Did you look through the records to see how frequently this door is used?
Yes.
And what can you tell us about that?
Through September 28th to October 5th, this door was, well, I take that back. Up to the point of when we arrived on scene, the living room door was opened only 8 times.
Okay. Had it been opened any other time that you know of on October 4th?
Not that I'm aware of.
Slide 26.
On October 5th at 1 o'clock, 1:03 a.m., the living room door is closed.
Slide 27.
On October 5th at 1:07 a.m., the dining room door is open and closed.
Slide 28.
October 5th at 1:10 a.m., the dining room door is open and closed.
Slide 29.
On October 5th at 1:26 a.m., the dining room door is open and closed.
Slide 30.
On October 5th at 1:39 a.m., the dining room is open and closed.
Slide 31.
On October 5th, 2 o'clock at 2:01 in the morning, the dining room door is open and closed.
Slide 32.
On October 5th at 2:04 in the morning, the dining room door is opened.
Slide 33.
On October 5th at 2:36 in the morning, the dining room door is closed.
Slide 34.
On October 5th at 5:44 in the morning, the dining room door is open and closed.
Slide 35.
On October 5th at 5:47 in the morning, the dining room door is open and closed.
Slide 36.
On October 5th at 9:22 a.m., the front door is opened.
And is that the entry you were talking about earlier?
Yes, sir.
The 9:22 opening of the door that would have been several minutes into the defendant's phone call to Daniel Youngkin?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, we've been going through this thing pretty quickly, but that door had been closed for many hours at this point, right?
Correct.
37.
On October 5th at 9:30 in the morning, the dining room door is open and closed, and the front door is still open.
So whoever opened that door at 9:22 left it hanging open.
Correct.
Slide 38.
On October 5th at 9:33 in the morning, the dining room door is open and closed, and the front door is still open.
Slide 39.
On October 5th at 9:36 in the morning, the dining room door is open and closed, and the front door is still open.
And slide 40.
On October 5th at 9:39 in the morning, the dining room is open and closed, and the front door is still open.
And it's sometime not too long after that that the police show up.
Yes, sir.
Now, on October 6th, day 2, were you involved in some follow-up investigation pertaining to Daniel Youngkin?
Yes, sir.
And again, you were paired up with him.
Special Agent Solomon.
Did you all go out to Danny's place of work?
That is correct.
Can you tell us what that place was?
It was Eclipse Warehouse. That's where he worked out over at the Parkway.
All right, Newport Wentworth.
Correct.
Did you all interview Dave Mullins?
That is correct.
And did you all get timesheets for the defendant, Paul, and Danny?
Correct.
Did you all ask them to provide you with surveillance footage?
That is correct.
And what were y'all looking for in that surveillance footage?
And then,
what were y'all wanting to see?
in the initial interview with Danny, he described how he reacted when he received the phone call from Leilani, which he was at work when he received the phone call. So acquiring the surveillance footage would just corroborate how he acted and when he left work and when he arrived on scene.
And have you seen that footage?
No, sir.
Oh, you actually haven't seen it?
No, sir.
Who got it or who received it from?
It would be Special Agent Solomon later on. He did not present it to us while we were both on scene.
Okay. Now, you were the point person for tracing the trash, I guess.
Correct.
Can you tell us about how you came to be assigned to do that?
So initially, after we did the interview with Danny's boss, we all collaborated at the FBI headquarters, and basically everyone had assignments that day, and we brought back the knowledge that we had, and then we sat down at the table, and it was when Brad disclosed when Leilani visited her friend at Azalea that she never visited Leilani. So it drew up a red flag of why exactly did she go to Azalea Park if her alibi was speaking with Misty. And so that's why we focused the next morning on the Azalea trailer park.
So at the time of this meeting, Special Agent Snyder had already interviewed Misty.
Correct.
Okay. Did y'all have at that point, were you aware of video footage from Azalea as well at that point?
The video footage was recovered the next morning on October 7th.
Okay. So is the interview of Misty alone made the dumpsters of interest to y'all?
Correct.
And did you then begin an effort to figure out where the trash in those dumpsters had gone?
Yes, sir.
And about what date are we at here where you started this project? And if you need to refer to your report, I'd like to get dates right here.
That would be October 7th.
Okay, so it'd be day 3 of the investigation.
Yes, sir.
All right. Had those dumpsters been emptied by that point?
Yes, sir.
Between like the morning of October 5th and October 7th when you're beginning this project?
Yes, those dumpsters were picked up the morning of October 5th.
Okay. Sometime after daybreak, I guess.
The dumpster when they went to Azalea Mobile Park, he picked up those dumpers at 9:36 in the morning at Azalea Mobile.
Okay, so everything that was in there from, say, 1:15 a.m. on the 5th on would have been gone at the time that these dumpsters became of interest to you?
Correct.
Okay. So what was your first step in tracing the trash?
I got a hold of the manager of Azalea, Robin, and basically just asked her over phone, like, who takes your trash, and she provided a company, Waste Pro.
All right. And what'd you do with that information? Where'd you go from there?
I called Waste Pro, just the generic line, said, hey, I need to talk to someone. I'm conducting an investigation about a missing child. I was linked up with Joe Matz.
Who is Joe Matz?
Joe Matz, he runs Waste Pro at Hardyville, South Carolina. He runs the company, like a manager.
And was Mr. Matz helpful to you?
Yes, he was.
Was he able to tell you whether his company had in fact had a truck empty those dumpsters on the morning of October 5th?
Yes, sir.
Was he able to tell you exactly which truck?
Yes, sir.
And was he able to tell you where that truck went?
Yes, sir.
And was he able to provide you with some documentation of all these things?
Yes.
Can you describe the documentation that he was able to give to you? He'll come in and testify about it in more detail, but can you describe what he was able to give to you?
Yeah, so the driver in the mornings, he picks up his, we'll say, route, and it's like a dispatch log. It's printed off. He receives it. The driver would just mark which one is still active companies, and he would follow that route. And it was just proven which place he stopped at during that day.
And did that dispatch log or whatever it's called show that this particular truck had in stop, in fact, serviced Azalea that day, October 5th?
Yes.
Okay. What was he able to tell you in terms of where that truck had then gone with the trash to dump it?
He went to a waste management landfill off Little Neck Road.
So once you had that information from Mr. Matz, what did you do with that?
I contacted Denard Johnson, who's basically the showrunner out there. He runs the landfill. I asked him if he would stop unloading the garbage he was receiving.
Did you go talk to him in person?
Yes.
And did you ask him whether he could tell you the general area where the truck that you were concerned with would have dumped its trash on the morning of October 5th?
Yes.
And was he able to give you that information?
Yes, he went out there and pointed it out to us.
Okay. Can you describe, just in general terms, the size and type of area that he was pointing out to you?
I mean, it's a massive hill. I'd say, 100-yard incline, just straight up, not safe to walk on. That's pretty much.
Did you then ask Mr. Johnson to stop routing trash to that particular area?
I did.
And was he cooperative with that?
Yes.
Did they reroute their operations to a different area of the landfill from that point in time?
Yes, sir.
What day was it that you were out there asking him to hit the brakes with dumping trash in that particular area?
It'd be October 7th.
That was October 7th that you met with him?
Correct.
And had garbage trucks been dumping trash in that area between October 5th and October 7th when you asked them to stop doing that?
Yes.
All right, so like a couple days worth of trash then on top of Quinton.
Correct.
From there, were you involved in the coordination of what's been referred to as the landfill search, the effort to search this area that Denard Johnson pointed out to you and find Quinton in all that trash?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you remember about that, the coordination and different agencies involved and so forth?
So the FBI was familiar. They've done a couple landfill searches as well, and we got a hold of Team Adam, who specialized in recovering bodies in the landfill. Of Team Adam that we know of, it was named after Adam Walsh, who was a 6-year-old child that was abducted from a Sears department store and murdered. And from there, I don't know exactly when they found the child, but they weren't able to find the killer till 20 years later when he confessed on his
Objection,
death.
Your Honor, relevance to this investigation.
So in any case, Team Adam is named after Adam Walsh,
Correct.
one of the original high-profile missing children.
Correct.
Did consultants from Team Adam come down and visit the landfill?
Yes, sir.
And did they advise on the proper conduct of the landfill search?
Yes, they did.
Was an FBI agent named Brian Osden involved in this as well?
Correct.
Y'all were all working together?
Yeah, it was a group effort.
One moment, please. Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 61?
I do.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
It is a search warrant for the search of the landfill. It would be Waste Management Superior Landfill at 3001 Little Neck Road, Savannah, Georgia.
And when did you obtain that search warrant?
The search warrant was signed on the 14th day of October.
Your Honor, I would introduce that as State's Exhibit 61.
Give me 1 second, Judge. I don't think I do. Let me double check. No objection, Judge.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Take the nobles. Let's start with the ADT stuff, okay? And you said that the cameras weren't working.
To my knowledge, no, they weren't working.
Did you seek to download them?
When I talked with ADT, they were unable to recover any footage when the search warrant was executed.
Okay. When was the search warrant executed?
It was executed on the 17th of October.
So almost 2 weeks later, correct?
Correct.
Right. But if you go through the records, and I was looking through it, it says that there was video footage, correct?
Are you referring to the search warrant, sir?
Yeah. I mean, I'm actually referring to the records themselves. I mean, it says monitor device driveway camera remote access test passed October 5th, 7:55.
That's correct.
So are you saying that there was footage, but it's corrupted, or you just weren't able to get the footage, or you didn't get the footage?
To my knowledge, it was a test that the system itself could connect to the front camera, but there was no video footage for ADT to obtain.
Okay. And there were several different sensor tests saying that there was camera footage and that the test was passed, but you're saying that you weren't able to recover any of the camera footage.
Correct.
Okay. So let's go ahead and look at this, and I'm just trying to summarize it. So according from what I can tell, it looks like that the front door opened, and I may have got the times wrong because it all kind of ran together when you were talking about it. But it looks like the front door opened on October 4th at 7:59, closed 8:41, opened 8:41, or maybe that's not, it's 21:41. I'm horrible with military time. What is that?
What time frame did you just say again?
Starting on October 4th, around 2100 on your records.
Okay. 2141. That's 8:41 p.m.
That's 8:41.
That is correct.
Okay, so 8:41 p.m. then, and it says that the front door was opened at, I guess, 22:11. Is that correct?
That'd be 10:11 p.m.
So at 10:11 it's opened. Then you go on up and it says dining room open closed, dining room open closed, dining room open closed. Correct?
Correct.
And then it says October 4th at 23:55. 23:55 is what time?
11:55 p.m. It's right before midnight.
All right. Video device driveway camera remote access test passed. And then right above that, living room door opened. And it says right above that, it says front door closed at 11:58, correct?
Correct.
And my understanding is, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you say that the front door wasn't opened again until 9:22 the next morning.
That's what the records indicate.
And so, but there were many different doors that opened and closed that night, correct?
Correct. In between that time frame? Yes,
Right.
sir.
And they're all living room and dining room back doors, correct?
Correct.
What is a modem ping?
The modem ping 10.4,
Yes.
22, 1033, or just in general, just the
Just in
message?
general, what is it?
To my knowledge, the modem ping was just a testing of the actual access to the system itself, like that it was able to access the sensors. It's just a self check. So if the modem ping did not detect the sensors, then it would read something different, like unsuccessful.
Okay. And let's go on up on further into the morning of October 5th. Video device front porch cam at 2:07. No remote access. 2:19, dining room door left open. 2:19, sensor left open, rule event triggered a monitor notification. I assume that means some sort of notification.
Yes, so you can see we're going to go sensor left open, 219, the bottom one. You see where it says Joe Swan 2 at Yahoo?
Mhm.
So that is when he's accessing it with his phone. That's
Okay.
what I believe that indicates.
All right. So at 2:19, a notification was sent, correct?
Yes, that's what the records would show.
And it says dining room door, sensor left open, restoral. I don't know. What does that mean? Did you ever ask what that meant?
No, I did not ask what the restoral part meant.
Okay. And then again, there's just more opening and closing, correct?
Correct.
So you did attempt to get some video camera footage, but you weren't able to.
Yes, because I had the same question you had when I received these records. It was pinging, it was accessing a camera. And so I did reach out to Stacy as well and said, what does that mean? And she's saying, basically, it's just saying it has a successful test, but it's not, they didn't have any footage they can provide me.
So, and just again, it's showing successful testing. It's showing it's there. It's showing the equipment's working, but there's no successful or no camera footage, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so it shows that there's at least some faults in the system, correct?
I wouldn't say fault, no.
Well, if something says that it's working and then you can't get it, what would you call it then?
Well, people every day, they have ring footage and they're not subscribed and they can't access that video footage. So it's not at fault. There's no access to the video footage.
Are you saying that's what happened here?
No, I just use that as an example that the system's not at fault. The company just could not provide me video footage.
Okay. Well, did you ever check and see whether or not they had actually subscribed for the video footage?
No.
You just took the records for what they were worth, correct?
Correct.
You didn't do any further investigation into that.
I talked with Stacy Wise, who is employed with ADT and certified to provide me these business records. That's who
You can say no, that's fine. I mean, so you didn't check to see if there was any defective equipment or any camera footage or whether they were not subscribed. It's okay.
At this point, I think the question is asked and answered, and I would lodge an objection on that basis.
I don't think it's been answered, Judge.
I'm going to allow him to ask the question. He does have him on cross-examination.
So my question is, you didn't do any further inquiry on the issue of the camera footage.
Correct.
That was it. Okay. Now, with regards to the trash, did you, when you identified the trash truck, did you identify the route that the trash truck took?
Correct.
Okay. And what exactly was the route that the trash truck took on its normal daily route on that particular day?
I would have to, I don't have the route memorized on my, but the driver himself provided notes of the route, and then the documents provided of the route itself as well.
All right. Well, and did the route include up and down Ageechee Road?
Yes.
Did it include up and down Buckhalter Road?
Buckhalter?
Buckhalter.
I would have to look at the route.
How about up and down Girard?
Again, I would have to, the route, I would have to look at the route.
So you don't have any knowledge of that to the best of your knowledge?
There's documents provided of the route the truck took.
Right. You just don't remember, that's all.
Correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I got, Judge.
Just a couple questions on this video thing. Your search warrant, let me see your search warrant. You talked specifically with Stacy Ann Weiss about these camera ping entries in the records, and whether that might mean that there's video footage available.
Yes.
All right. And she told you, we don't have any video to give you.
No.
Based on her level of cooperation, do you think if they had video, she would have
Objection, Your Honor,
found it
calls
and
for
given it to you?
speculation.
I don't think it does. I think he can testify from his personal knowledge to this question.
Let me hear the question.
How many times did you talk to her?
I just talked to her revolving the ping, revolving the records, and what I didn't understand. I just talked to her one time.
And she told you they didn't have any footage for that address.
Correct.
Is there any reason to believe that that's not true?
No.
You talked to Joe Swain. You can sit down. You talked to Joe Swain at headquarters on the 5th, right?
Correct.
Was he cooperative?
Yes.
He was showing you all this door sensor stuff on his phone, right?
So initially, when I interviewed Joe, he just spoke about Leilani and something wasn't right.
Objection,
So-
Your Honor.
I-
Hearsay.
Sustain.
Okay.
Joe provided snapshots of what he had on his phone to me via cell phone. He sent them via text and looked up the system himself.
In the way of door sensor records.
Correct.
Based on his level of cooperation, do you think if he had video footage, he would have given it to you?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustain.
And are you aware of the defendant saying to investigators during this investigation, oh, the cameras weren't working that night because they only work when the alarm system is armed? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
I don't have any further questions.
Detective Noble, thank you. You are very excused.
Thank you.
May Detective Noble be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, Detective Noble, you are excused. I know that the state anticipates calling one more witness. Okay, and so ladies and gentlemen, let's plow through if you are able. Do we need a comfort break? That's fine. So we're gonna take a comfort break. So let's call it 10 minutes and then we're gonna come back and let the rest of the story unfold. No discussions, no research. Thank you.
Jury's exiting.
Thank you. It's 2:35. Excuse me, 2:25. Let's come back at 2:35. I think they're ready to go. We're in recess. All right, please bring out Ms. Simon. Okay, we're back on the record in SPCR 22-03364J6. Let the record reflect that Ms. Simon is present with her counsel at counsel's table. State is represented at their table as well. Are we ready to call in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Please bring in the jury. It's contagious. Yawning. Okay. Two this time. Tim. Thank you. All right, ladies and ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. I promise I wasn't laughing at you. That is like something I would do.
No, we just have our favorite.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, you're back and I am sure you followed the court's instructions. Okay. All right, Mr. Dean, you may call the next witness.
Taylor Burns.
Raise your right hand, please, clerk.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge. How you doing?
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. My name is Taylor Burns. I'm a special agent with the FBI here in Savannah, Georgia.
Where are you from originally?
I'm from South Carolina originally.
And can you tell us a little bit about your education before joining the FBI?
Sure. Prior to joining the FBI, I obtained a bachelor's degree at the University of South Carolina in information technology.
And when did you graduate from South Carolina?
I believe it was December of 2013.
Did you go right into the FBI?
I did not. While in school and then for a few years out of school, I worked in the athletic department doing computer work for the department for about 2 years prior to joining the FBI.
And can you briefly describe the process for you of joining the FBI and becoming a special agent?
Yeah, absolutely. So I applied to the posting on the FBI website and then got a call back at some point a few months after to do the first phase of testing for the FBI. Once I completed the first phase, I then was asked to do the second phase of testing, as well as a fit test, an interview, a polygraph, a background check. And then once I got through all of that, I did 6 months of training at Quantico, which was primarily law enforcement training, legal training, tactical training, defensive tactics, really the skills I would need to do the job as an FBI agent. And then once I was in Quantico, I then was assigned to the Atlanta office.
Did you ever work in Atlanta itself?
I did. So I worked in Atlanta from 2016 until 2022.
And then what happened in 2022?
In 2022, I transferred from the Atlanta office down here to the Savannah office.
Is that a transfer that you asked for or wanted, or just something they told you were going to do?
No, that was a transfer that I wanted just to get closer back to home.
Okay. Now, does the FBI have authority to get involved in the investigation of reported kidnappings or child abductions?
Yes, we do.
And under that authority, did the Savannah FBI office become involved in the disappearance of Quinton's son?
Yes, we did.
Now, I'd like to draw your attention to the morning of October, well, maybe it wasn't the morning for you, but October 5, 2022, okay?
Okay.
Did you become involved as early as October 5, 2022?
I did.
Tell us where you were and what you were doing when you first became involved in this case.
Sure. On the morning of October 5th of 2022, I was in the office working, as usual. Sometime mid-morning, one of our other agents, Brad Snyder, who I believe you'll hear from at some point, walked over to my desk and said that there was a missing child out of Chatham County. He didn't really have a lot of information at that point, and our assistance wasn't needed at that point. Later, about noon, I believe, maybe a little bit later, I got a call from Brad again and said that he was going to the Chatham County Police Department Annex to assist and asked that I join him over there.
And did you do that?
I did.
Did you go with anyone else?
So myself and Brad were over there, and then another agent, Savannah Solomon, met us over there as well.
What was going on when you got
When I got there, a few of the residents from 535 Buckhalter were at the annex, and they were planning to do interviews at that annex.
This term annex you used, is that synonymous with Chatham County Police Headquarters?
Yes.
Okay. These three residents, were they the defendant, Leilani Simon, her brother, Paul Simon, and Daniel Youngkin?
Yes, they were.
Did you get paired up with a Chatham County detective to interview one of these people?
Yes, I did.
Who were you paired up with?
Detective Sean Wilkins.
And who all did you interview? Did the two of you interview?
So myself and Wilkins interviewed Paul Simon.
Where did this interview take place?
It was in one of the conference rooms at Chatham County PD headquarters.
And what was the general nature of the questioning with Paul? What were y'all looking to get out of him?
We were looking for just information about his whereabouts during the time or around the time that of Quinton's disappearance, as well as the kind of the day prior, the day of, and just trying to figure out where he was, what he was doing, and those sorts of things.
About how long did this interview last?
It was about 30 minutes or so.
Did he answer all the questions that you asked of him?
Yes, he did.
Were there any questions that he refused to answer or anything like that?
No, there weren't.
What can you tell us about his demeanor, body language, and just general affect during your interview with him?
Paul was very calm, relaxed. He seemed very honest. He was honestly kind of goofy in the interview. There were times where we were laughing, but overall, that was kind of his affect.
Is that just kind of the way Paul is?
It seems so, yes.
Were there any areas of questioning that caused any of that to change or make him nervous or anything like that?
No.
At some point in the interview, was he asked for consent to go through his cell phone?
He was asked for the passcode to his cell phone, and he provided the passcode.
And was that the only one of these three individuals that you were personally involved in interviewing that day?
In interviewing, yes.
Okay. At any point that day, did you yourself go to 535 Buckhalter Road and visit the residents?
Yes, I did.
At what point in the day was that?
So following the interviews, the interview of Paul, I don't know exact time, but eventually myself and Savannah Solomon went over to the residents at 535 Buckhalter.
Is it fair to say that the bulk of your involvement in this case was analyzing some of the electronic digital evidence?
Yes, I was involved with the cell phones, and just trying to figure out what was going on with those devices at the time.
Now, were you aware on October 5th that all three of these people's cell phones had been extracted via Cellbrite by Sergeant Coleman?
Yes, I was.
And were you aware that later, a couple of days later on October 7th, Deshaun Williams of the Savannah Police Department conducted a gray key extraction on the defendant's cell phone?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And were all of those cell phone extractions provided to you?
Yes, they were.
And did you look at them and go through them and do some work with them?
Yes, I did.
One of the things I'd like to ask you about is GPS mapping.
Sure.
Okay? Just generally, like a very simple level, what is GPS mapping?
It's just a mapping of points by satellites to identify, a location for a cell phone, for instance, the location of a cell phone.
Using GPS data, were you involved in determining where the phones of some of these people were on the night of October 4th and the morning of October 5th, and whether those phones made any significant movements during that time frame?
Yes, I was.
Whose phones specifically were you able to do this for?
I was involved in looking for that information from Paul Simon's phone, Daniel Youngkin's phone, as well as the defendant, Leilani Simon.
Were you able to do some GPS mapping pertaining to the location and movements of Daniel Youngkin's phone?
Yes, I was.
And what data allowed you to tell where his phone was on the night of October 4th and morning of October 5th, and whether it made any significant movements during that time frame? What's the type of data that you were looking at as it pertains to Danny?
For Danny's phone, it was Life 360 GPS data.
All right. And how did that data get to you?
It was obtained via a search warrant to Life 360 by the Chatham County Police Department and then shared with me.
What form does that data come in? What are you actually looking at when you look at records produced by Life 360 or data produced by Life 360?
The records I obtained were spreadsheets that contained latitude, longitude, and then like accuracy measurements. So that's what I received.
And what did you do with the Life 360 data pertaining to Daniel Youngkin's phone?
So I used the tool that's available to law enforcement to map out those GPS coordinates that were in the Life 360 data on a map so that I could see where exactly those points were on the map.
Okay. Now, for the defendant's phone, did you also have Life 360 data that you were able to do the same thing with?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any additional sources of location data beyond the data produced by Life 360 for the defendant's phone?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what that was?
Yes. So on the defendant's gray key extraction, I obtained GPS data direct from the device itself, which contained location information.
What is the difference between that GPS data directly from the device itself and the data that you got from Life 360?
So the data from Life 360 was information obtained from the application on the cell phone, whereas the data from the phone was direct from the device.
Okay. Now, what did you do with the defendant's Life 360 location data and what I'll call the device GPS data that allowed you to tell where her phone was and whether it had made any movements during the time frame we're talking about?
I utilized the same law enforcement tool to map out both the Life 360 data as well as the device GPS data on a map so that I could see where exactly it was.
Now, as for Paul's phone, did Paul have Life 360?
He did not.
Okay, so is it accurate then to say that no Life 360 data was obtained as it relates to Paul?
That's correct.
Did he have a handset like device GPS like he talked about for the defendant's phone?
No relevant GPS data from his device was located.
Okay, so did you do any GPS mapping for Paul's phone?
I did not.
Okay, and that's just because
I didn't have it.
Okay. Let me ask you just a couple of overview questions, looking for kind of a crisp summary.
Okay.
Before we get into the details of what the results of this were. Okay. For Daniel Youngkin's phone, during the period of, say, 10 p.m. on October 4th and 10 a.m. on October 5th, what did you determine about where his phone was and whether it made any significant movements?
Sure. So for Danny's phone, on the night of October 4th, from about 10 p.m. until about 5:45 a.m. on October 5th, according to the Life 360 GPS data that we received or we obtained, his phone was at the 535 Buckalter residence during that period of time. At about 5:45, the phone is then observed moving from the residence to Danny Youngkin's workplace, arriving at about 6:15 in the morning, I believe. And then it remained there until about 9:20 or 9:30 that morning. And then it was observed coming back to the residence. I don't remember arriving at exactly what time.
Okay. Is it fair to say, we're going to get into more details, is it fair to say that the times that you just gave are kind of approximate?
Yes, they are approximate.
Okay. For the defendant's phone during that same period, say 10 p.m. on October 4th and 10 a.m. on October 5th, what were you able to determine about where that phone was and whether it made any significant movements?
So for the defendant's phone on the night of October 4th, at about 10:30, again, approximate, the phone leaves the residence, drives up to a Circle K gas station at the corner of Ogeechee Road and Chatham Parkway. It remains at the Circle K gas station for a few minutes. It is then observed driving down Highway 17 up to Highway 204 in the area near Arkwright Lane. The phone is there for approximately 10 minutes or so, and then the phone is then observed driving or coming back to the Buckhalter Road residence. I believe it got back about 11:30 or so.
Now, after that trip, did the phone make any other movements that night?
It did. So after the trip to Circle K and Arkwright Road and back home, the phone remained at the house until approximately 1:14 a.m. At approximately 1:14 a.m. on October 5th, the phone is observed driving down Buckhalter Road and then is observed in Azalea Mobile Home Park and then is shown back at the house. And that trip was approximately 15, 20 minutes or so, I believe.
Were you able to observe any period of time during that trip where the phone was more or less stationary at Azalea?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
According to the records, the phone appeared to be stationary for a few minutes at Azalea.
Now, why was it? We've talked about how a cell-brite extraction was done on each of the 3 phones, but we've heard testimony now that the gray key extraction was only done on one, the defendant's phone. First of all, did all 3 of these people have the same type of phone?
They did not.
Can you tell us what types of phones they had?
Sure. For the defendant, she had an iPhone, and then for Danny Simon and Paul Simon, they had 2 Android phones, different types of Android phones. I don't have the exact types.
Is there any particular reason that the gray key extraction was only done on the defendant's phone?
Gray key, primarily at the time, I believe was supported iPhones much more than Android, which is why I believe it went over there to get a more thorough extraction.
Does the iPhone tend to give you more data than some of these other phones?
A full file system extraction of an iPhone, so like what was obtained with Gray Key, did contain more data than the extractions by Celebrite on the Android phones.
Now, you mentioned that included a period in which the phone was had a Circle K stop there for a few minutes.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you follow up on that?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Is the reason that you followed up on it because you had seen this GPS data showing the phone there?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me about the follow-up?
Yeah, so myself and a task force officer with the FBI visited the Circle K and spoke to a manager there in an attempt to obtain video footage, video surveillance of the location during the time frame that the GPS data was showing the phone there. And so we followed up and obtained that footage.
Can you describe the process of getting that footage?
Sure. So we met with the manager. She pulled up the footage for the time frame we asked on the monitors, and then we downloaded a copy of that footage to a flash drive, I believe, and transported it back to our office.
Did that system appear to be functioning properly as far as you could tell?
As far as I could tell, yes.
And what does it show in terms of, well, let me ask you this. Did you review that footage to see what you could see during the time period that the defendant's phone GPS was saying she was there?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see?
I observed the defendant driving a vehicle into the parking lot of the Circle K, getting out of her vehicle, walking into the Circle K, going to one of the coolers, obtaining, I believe it was 2 drinks from the cooler, going to the counter, and then departing the counter back to her vehicle and then leaving the Circle K parking lot.
Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as State's Exhibit 62?
62, yes.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
Yes, this is a flash drive that contains a copy of the video footage we obtained from the Circle K.
Your Honor, I would introduce State 62 as evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Now, you talked about getting these phone extractions and going through them yourself.
Yes, that's correct.
And before we get to the details of what else you might have gotten from the phone extractions other than the GPS that you've talked about, let me ask you this. As to the GPS plotting that you've described. Were you able to produce anything that shows these movements that you're talking about in a visual form that people can look at?
Yes, I was.
All right, can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, so like I said, I utilized a law enforcement tool to basically import the GPS data from both Life 360 and the defendant's device into the tool, which then mapped out the points on a map. And then you can create essentially a time lapse showing over a time period where those GPS points are then plotted on the map.
Is it essentially a video showing dots moving on a map
That's correct.
in the manner that you've described?
That's correct.
Now, other than the GPS data, did you review these cell phone extractions for anything else?
Yes, I did.
What kind of data were you looking for the period of October 4th, October 5th?
We were looking for anything that could lead us to the possible whereabouts of Quinton, anything that would lead us to, a location where we could possibly find him. So, things like text messages, phone calls, those sorts of things around the time of his disappearance.
Did you pull all of the text messages between the defendant and Daniel Youngkin during the relevant time frame?
Yes, I did.
Did you pull all of the text messages between the defendant and Paul Simon during the relevant time frame?
Yes, I did.
Did you pull all of the text messages between Paul Simon and Daniel Youngkin during the relevant time frame?
Yes, I did.
And did you pull all the text messages between Daniel Youngkin and Michelle McCarta during the relevant time frame?
Yes, I did.
Were you also able to see, at least for the defendant's phone, device data such as when the phone was locked and unlocked, like on the lock screen, when the flashlight was turned on and off, when the camera was turned on and off, and things like that?
Yes, I was.
Do these items contain timestamps showing when the phone was being used to make calls, send and receive text messages, and so forth?
They did contain timestamps.
Now, we've talked about a number of different categories of things. Your GPS screen capture time-lapse videos, the Circle K video, and text messages and call logs and things like that you were able to find on the phones. Have you prepared a presentation that basically puts all that together in chronological order?
Yes.
And this presentation is essentially the story of that night from the perspective of the phones.
Correct. Yeah.
Do you believe that this presentation will aid the jury in their understanding of your testimony?
Yes, I do.
Do you see in front of you a disc in a printout marked as States Exhibits 63A and 63B?
Yes, I do.
Remind me, which one is A and which one is B?
63A is a disc that contains the digital copy of the presentation. And then 63B is a physical printed out copy.
Are these the this is the presentation that you've prepared?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as States Exhibits 63A and B.
Give me 1 second. Judge, no objection, except when it comes time later on, we will deal with the continuing witness issue. Okay.
Very well. Okay.
what is, perhaps it's obvious, but what is the first slide here?
Just the date, sorry, Tuesday, October 4th, 2022.
And that's where we're gonna pick up.
That's correct.
On slide 2, what are we looking at here? And if you could first just kind of read from the top of the slide and then describe to us what we're seeing.
Sure. So the top of the slide reads 10:02 a.m. to 10:10 a.m. Daniel Youngkin phone text message exchange with the defendant.
Where it says Daniel Youngkin phone there, does that mean that that is the device that is the source of what we're seeing here on the slide?
That's correct.
Okay. And given that, now what is the content of the slide? What are we seeing here?
So the content of the slide is text messages exchange between the defendant, whose phone number is 912-547-5275, who has a contact name, Lonnie Baby, to Daniel Youngkin's phone number 910-729-1458.
And what time was this message sent?
It was sent at October 4th, 2022 at 10:02:49 a.m. UTC -4, so Eastern time.
Okay, so UTC -4 is equivalent to Eastern Standard Time, at least at this time of year.
That's correct.
And what is she sending in there?
She sends what appears to be 2 selfies, pictures of herself. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Moving on to slide 3, what are these 2 images?
Those are the 2 images that she sent to Danny.
Slide 4, what are we seeing here?
Slide 4, it's still a continuation of the same text message exchange. There's a response from Danny. It reads, geez. And then a second response, they done, question, I'm in the bathroom.
Okay, so both of those are from Danny to the defendant.
That's correct.
And slide 5.
Slide 5 is still part of the same text message exchange. Danny sends your eyes, though, with some greater than symbols. And then there's a response from the defendant that reads, yes, I'm done.
And what time was that message at the bottom there sent?
Again, October 4th, 2022 at 10:03 a.m. Eastern time.
Now, this next slide, can you read to us the heading at the top?
Yes, it is 10:15 a.m. to 10:35 a.m. Paul Simon phone text message exchange with Daniel Youngkin.
On this slide here, given that this is from Paul Simon's phone, which one of these bubbles is going to be Paul?
The green bubble will be Paul.
And which one is going to be Danny?
The blue bubble will be Danny.
Can you read to us this exchange, noting that the time that each of these messages were sent, who it's to and from, and all that?
Sure. So Danny sends a text message to Paul that reads, yo, Dave wanted to know if you'd go in at 12. I'm at dentist with Leilani. She just got her tooth pulled. That message was sent at on October 4th, 2022 at 10:40 a.m. Eastern time. Paul then responds to Danny that reads, yeah, I'll be in. And that was at 10:51 a.m. Eastern time on the same day.
Moving on to slide 7, can you read the heading into the record here?
Yes, the heading on this slide reads 2:32 p.m. to 2:34 p.m. Daniel Youngkin phone text message exchange with Michelle McCarta.
And can you walk us through the contents in the same manner as you did with the last slide? This one's a little harder to make out.
Yes.
For those of us looking at the screen.
So Danny from his phone sent a text message to Michelle McCarta that read, just got home. Leilani just got her top left wisdom tooth removed. I'm going to try to clean for a few while she naps. She's still loopy from mess. Is 4:30 still okay? Danny then follows up with a message that reads meds ***. And then Michelle responds to Danny saying, okay, 4:30.
Do you have some experience going through cell phone extractions and kind of deciphering what messages seem to mean?
I do.
What does that meds message appear to you to be?
It appears to be a correction for a misspelling on the first message.
Moving on to slide 8. What's the heading on this slide?
The heading reads 9:46 p.m. to 10:03 p.m. Paul Simon phone, text message exchanged with defendant.
And can you walk us through the contents of this slide?
Sure. So there's on the left side, there's a text message from the defendant that reads, can you grab a GAR on your way home, please? And then a second message that has a question mark. Those messages were about 5 minutes apart. And then there's a response from Paul that reads, I got some mini at 9:59:49 p.m.
All right, I'm going to move on to slide 9 now.
Okay.
What's slide 9?
This is additional text messages from the same group of messages or text exchange. The message reads from from the defendant to Paul, okay, you on the way. Paul then responds in a minute, and then the defendant responds, okay.
Now, based on the contents of these messages, does it appear to you that the defendant is home at this time at least?
At this time, yes.
Okay. And that Paul is not?
Based on the text messages, Paul appears to be elsewhere, and she's asking if he's on the way home.
Okay.
So I don't know from the text directly exactly, there's no location indication for the defendant.
Okay. Moving on to slide 10. What is slide 10?
Slide 10 is a screenshot. Here, I'll read the heading, sorry. 10:24 p.m. to 11:10 p.m. The defendant's phone trip to Circle K in Arkwright Lane. What this is a screenshot from the law enforcement program that I previously discussed, that I used to map the GPS coordinates from the defendant's phone and her Life 360 data. And
Now,
this is actually a video.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you, because I perceive screenshot as like a still frame, but this is a video.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before we press play on this, can you step down and kind of walk the jury through what they're going to see when we play this?
Sure. So on the screen here, you see red dots. It's kind of blown or kind of zoomed out, but this is in the area of 535 Buckhalter from the residence. Once we play the video, you'll see these dots start to move, and you'll notice that the dots will move up this way, down. This is Chatham Parkway. Stop here for a moment. This is the corner of Chatham Parkway and Ageechee Road. This is where the Circle K that I've previously discussed. Then you'll see the dots move down Highway 17, all the way down to 204, go across I-95, and end up about right in here, which is where Arkwright Lane is, as I previously discussed. And then you'll see the dots come back down 204, back down Highway 17, onto Buckhalter Road, and then end up exactly back at where the area of the residence is.
Okay. So this trip is about how long total then?
About 30 minutes.
Okay. And this is all going to be compressed into a video that's how long? Like a minute or two?
It's a very short video. I would say a minute or two
Okay.
at most.
Can you, when I play this thing, can you stand up and sort of indicate like when the dots start moving, just to kind of orient people. I'm not asking you to stand in front of the thing and walk them across the whole time.
Sure.
But just with your hand, can you, when they kick off and move down, would it be Gerard?
I believe that was Gerard over to Chatham Parkway.
Can you just sort of let us know when that begins?
Sure. Can you pause it for a second? Sorry.
Sure.
One thing I just wanted to point out, in the video, you may see purple dots. When I imported this information, these coordinates into the tool, I color coordinated the device GPS coordinates as red dots and the Life 360 data as purple dots. So that's why there's two different colored dots on the screen.
Are there going to be more red or more purple?
More red.
And why is that?
There was more, GPS points on the device than in the Life 360 data.
Is it fair to say that the device GPS is like more fine grained than the Life 360 GPS, or it hits more frequently or something like that?
There were definitely a lot more records. I can say that for the device.
All right, so I'm going to thank you for pointing that out. I'm going to hit play again.
And as you can see, the dots move. They're here at the corner of Ogeechee and Chatham Parkway. They make their way down Ogeechee, and then you'll see them pop up over across 95. They're there for a minute, and then you'll see them kind of coming back down Ogeechee onto Buckhalter, and then back here.
All right, then that entire trip extended from about 10:24 p.m. to 11:10 p.m.
That's correct.
All right. Moving on to slide 11. This actually is a screenshot, right? The still frame.
It is a still frame, yes.
And what does it show?
It shows the time frame that the defendant's phone GPS is at the Circle K.
And roughly what was that time frame?
10:28 p.m. to 10:32 p.m.
Okay, so like the early stages of that trip.
That's correct.
Slide 12. What is this?
So the slide reads 10:31 p.m. defendant's phone cash app payment. What is shown here is information from the device showing a cash app payment, and the description is Circle K number 01412 for $7.04 from the device at on October 4th, 2022 at 10:31:18 Eastern time.
All right, so that payment, does that correlate with the time period that the GPS is showing her at that establishment?
It does.
Now, the next slide, slide 13, what is this?
So again, this is another video, or actually it's a multiple videos in one video that have been stitched together, but this is the surveillance footage from the Circle K gas station.
Okay, and it's been stitched together to show what?
Just the movement, because there were different cameras at the Circle K gas station. So there were interior cameras, exterior cameras. And so there are, videos from the exterior that then go into the interior and then back to the exterior, just to show movement through the Circle K.
Now, unless I had binoculars, I would not be able to see the timestamp on that video from here. Can you tell us what the timestamp says at the bottom there?
Yes, it says October 4th, 2022, 10:27:43 p.m.
Does that line up with the GPS and the cash app?
That it does.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and play this video now.
Okay.
And actually, before I do that, I guess you've already sort of previewed it, right? I asked you more or less what we see at the Circle K.
Yes.
Let me ask you to do this. When I play this thing and and the defendant enters the frame, Can you just sort of narrate to us where she's entering the frame so we know what to look for?
Sure.
Before you do that.
Yeah, sure.
Before you
No,
do
you're fine.
that, we've been going for a little while. Everybody just stand up for a second. Let's just mix it up a little bit. Like everybody needs to stand up. Okay. Sometimes we need to work it out. I know I do. Okay. Okay. You haven't been here as long as we have.
I know.
All right, y'all sit down.
All right. Do you feel limbered and refreshed?
Yes.
All right. Okay. All right. So I'm going to hit play on this slide 13. And again, I would ask you to just sort of just talk us through what we're seeing.
Sure. So as you see, a vehicle is approaching and parking in the parking lot of the Circle K gas station.
Whose car is that?
The defendant's. The video is still playing. There's just a pause. Sorry, not a pause on the video, but nothing is happening. You'll see here in a second, the door will open and someone will get out of the vehicle. So the video is now showing the defendant getting out of her vehicle, closing the door. She walks out of frame of this camera, and then the additional camera angle from inside. She walks in the door, out of frame on that camera. There's an overview camera at the gas station that shows her going and walking over to the cooler doors. She opens the door. And then you'll see she walks over to the counter. You'll see a employee walk up here in a second. She's purchasing some items.
Can you tell what those items are?
So I can tell what appears to be potentially, but I can't say for certain. It looks to me like two natural light beers, but it's hard to see from here. All right. She then leaves out of the frame of that camera, shows the camera of the front door again. I don't know what that was, but she walks out and back to the vehicle. This is from the other exterior camera at a different angle. She then gets back in her vehicle. And then you'll see she backs out and then proceeds to depart.
And where is she headed at this point?
Up to Arkwright Lane.
Now, I'll ask just because we're all looking at it.
Sure.
Does this Savannah police officer here have anything to do with this case, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, he's probably just getting some coffee or snacks or something.
Maybe.
Okay.
And as you'll see, the vehicle's now departing from the Circle K.
Moving on to slide 14, what are we looking at here?
Slide 14, the heading says 10:32 p.m. to 10:45 p.m. Defendant's phone text message exchange with Daniel Youngkin. This is still a continuation from the prior text message exchange. There's a text message from the defendant that reads "gonna run to 204," I guess, at 10:32 and 20 seconds on the night of October 4th. There's a response from Daniel Youngkin that reads, "Oh, okay."
So if that Circle K timestamp and GPS and all that shows her at the Circle K at like 10:28 to 10:32, would this 10:32 text message go to run to 204, I guess? Would that be something that she sent to Daniel Youngkin like right around the time she's leaving the Circle K?
That's correct.
And his response is, "Oh, okay."
That's correct.
All right, moving on to slide 15. Is this a continuation of that conversation?
It is.
What's his next message there?
So Daniel Youngkin's next message is "Be safe, I guess, my queen." The defendant responds, "I will be, and I'll be quick, I promise." And then Daniel Youngkin responds, "I hope so."
Moving on to slide 16, is this a continuation of that same exchange?
It is.
And what does that first message there say?
So it's a message from Daniel Youngkin to the defendant. It says, "Paul showed up and is going to bed." The message was at 10:38 p.m. And then there's a response from the defendant that just reads, "Wow," at 10:40 p.m.
Slide 17.
Slide 17, it's still a continuation from the same text messages. There's a message from the defendant that reads, "Okay." Then there's a message from Danny that reads, "He said, son, about telling you he was on the way, then you leaving and him getting threatened to get ran over." There's a response from the defendant that reads, "I'm about to turn onto 204.
You'll be relieved to hear that I've already asked Paul or Danny himself to explain what that message meant. So
Okay.
I have to ask you to do that.
Thank you.
All right, so 10:41 p.m. I'm about to turn on the 204, and that's from the defendant to Danny Youngkin.
That's correct.
All right, moving on to slide 18. What does Danny say to that?
Danny responds, "Okay." And then the defendant responds, "No, he said in a little bit."
And does that message appear to be a reference to the thing about Paul?
I believe so, based on my reading of the text messages.
Slide 19.
Again, it's a continuation of the same text messages. There's a message from Danny to the defendant. "That's what I said, you said, he said, but he said something about, no, it was I'm OTW or something." And then there's a follow-up message that reads, again from Danny to the defendant, "Thank you for the bit left, BBY. So sweet, no lie."
And when was that message sent?
10:44 p.m.
All right, so next slide. Slide 20.
Slide 20, still a continuation of the same set of text messages. There's a message from Danny to the defendant. "Just noticed Paul asked if soda was free to drink because of kids only on Hawaiian Punch. There's a response from the defendant that reads, "Yeah, just tell him not to be excessive with it."
And what time was that message sent? Yeah, just tell him not to be excessive with it.
10:45 p.m.
And next slide, slide 21.
Still a continuation of the same messages. It's a message from Danny to the defendant. It reads, "Gotcha." And then a follow-up message that reads, "I love you. PLZ, come back so we can crash together."
Now, what time did Danny send that last message? "I love you. Please come back so we can crash together."
10:45 and 50 seconds.
All right. Now, this next slide is what? Slide 22.
So this next slide is a still shot of the GPS mapping of the locations from the defendant's phone, showing the GPS locations at Arkwright Lane.
All right. And about what period of time does her GPS show that she was at Arkwright Lane?
About 10:45 p.m. to 10:55 p.m.
And how would that relate to the timing of that? I'm going to go back to the last slide. How would that time period relate to the timing of that message that Danny sent her? "I love you. Please come back so we can crash together."
It would be about the same time.
10:45 message, 10:45 to 10:55 at Arkwright Lane.
That's correct.
Moving on to slide 23. What is this?
This is another Cash App payment. The slide reads 10:49 p.m. defendant's phone Cash App payment. It shows that there was a Cash App payment from the defendant's phone at 10:49 p.m. on October 4th, 2022. The amount was $80. It was completed, and the source was Cash App.
Now, how far into her 10 minutes or so at Arkwright Lane would that Cash App have been sent?
About 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. And so does that mean then that her phone is at least still showing her there for another 5 or 6 minutes?
That's correct.
Moving on to slide 24. Can you talk us through this slide and tell us how the timing of these messages relate to the time frame in which the defendant was at Arkwright Lane?
Sure. So the slide reads 10:51 to 11:10 p.m. defendant's phone text message exchange with Daniel Youngkin. This is still a continuation of the prior messages that we've seen. There's a message from Danny to the defendant that reads, "or not."
And about 5 minutes before that, he had texted her, "Please come home so we can crash together."
That's correct.
All right. And she did not reply to that message, did she?
No, she did not.
All right. So then he says, "or not."
Or not, correct. At 10:51 p.m., the defendant responds about the same time or soon thereafter, "I love you," at 10:51 p.m., and then responds again, "and I'm about to be walking to the car," again at 10:51 p.m.
And is it the case that her GPS shows her being there for at least a few more minutes after that message?
That's correct.
Slide 25.
Slide 25 reads 10:51 p.m. to 11:10 p.m. defendant's phone text message exchange with Daniel Youngkin. This is still the same text conversation. These are messages from Danny to the defendant. The first message reads "O" at 10:52 p.m. Second message reads "okay" again at 10:52 p.m. And then the third message, also at 10:52 p.m., reads, "I guess I'm gonna eat this food. Try and stay up for a few."
Did he get responses to any of those?
He did not.
Slide 26.
Slide 26 is a continuation of the same messages. There's a message from Danny to the defendant at 10:56 p.m. that reads, "I know wanna be tired or you be tired either, bae."
And what time was that message sent?
10:56 p.m.
When was that sent in relation to the messages on the previous slide?
It's about 4 minutes after that.
All right. And how does the defendant respond to that?
The defendant responds, "I know, baby," at 10:56 p.m.
Slide 27.
Slide 27, again, a continuation of the same messages. Danny sends a message to the defendant that reads, "And I know you don't feel great. I don't know how you're still up, and I wanted to watch movie. Sad moment." He then responds again that was at 10:57 p.m.
Before you move on to the next
Yep.
one, this message at 10:57 where he says, "And I know you don't feel great. I don't know how you're still up, and I wanted to watch a movie, sad moment." Did he get a response to that?
He did not.
And how long after that is his next message sent?
About 4 minutes.
And what does it say?
Moi.
And how long was it before the defendant responded to that?
It was about 9 minutes.
And what did she say?
She responds back, "Moi."
Now, slide 28, it's a little busy
Sure.
for those of us looking at the screen. Can you tell us what this is and what it tells us?
Yes. So the heading reads 11:01 p.m. to 5:20 a.m. Daniel Youngkin phone, no activity. What this is a table showing timeline activity of Danny's phone. It shows the last two text messages, both the message that he sent to the defendant with moi, and then her response with moi to him. And then the next line is a message from Danny to Michelle McCarta that reads, "Hey, the kids are going to stay here with her today, Miss Michelle." And that was at 5:20 a.m. on October 5th.
Now, the timeline, is that, you mentioned this is from the timeline, I think.
Yes,
And is this something that you can view in the cell phone extraction, this timeline?
that's correct.
Does it include text messages sent and received?
It does.
Does it include phone calls made and received?
It does.
Things like that?
Yes, it does.
What does this mean then about that 11:01 text he sent to the defendant?
About the 11:01 message. Sorry, what was that?
Is this, can you tell whether he did anything else with his phone during this time period that registered on the timeline?
Based on the information on my review of his phone, following the 11:10 message that he received from the defendant until sending the message at 5:20 a.m. to the babysitter, there was no other activity that I observed for the phone.
And that 11:10 message he received from the defendant, that didn't require him to actually do anything, did it?
That's correct. No.
So in terms of what his timeline shows as to things that he himself was doing with his phone, is it fair to say that there's just like a total gap from 11:01 p.m. to 5:20 a.m.?
Yes.
Slide 29.
Slide 29 is a still shot, I guess, of the defendant's phone GPS location, utilizing the law enforcement tool showing at 11:10 p.m. Between 11:10 p.m. and 11:15 p.m. The location of the phone, which is at the 535 Buckhalter, or at or around the 530 Buckhalter address.
Right, and this is included just to show that, like, roughly at this point, she's home by
That's correct.
now. Slide 30, what is this here?
Slide 30 reads 11:41 p.m. Paul Simon phone, last activity. It's from what I believe to be a coworker of Paul, saying, "What time are you going in tomorrow?" TMMW. And then him responding 12.
Slide 31.
Slide 31 is a continuation of the same text message exchange with this individual. These messages are from this individual to Paul that read, "Let me know if you want my job, fam." And then the next message reads, "I'm about to quit this shit."
Did Paul respond to those messages?
He did not.
Slide 32.
Slide 32 reads 11:41 p.m. Paul Simon phone last activity. It's a table showing timeline activity for Paul's phone. It shows the text messages that I just described. And then following the last text message at 11:49 p.m., the next item in the timeline is a incoming call at 10:24 a.m. on October 5th, 2022 from Billy mom, and then an outgoing call to Billy.
And those
At 10:34.
calls would be like well into the police response to the residents.
That's correct.
Okay. Can we tell from this then when Paul's last activity on his phone was the night of October 4th?
So there appears to be no further activity after 11:49 p.m. on the night of October 4th from Paul's phone.
All right, and that's the time he got that last text message from the coworker that he didn't even respond to.
That's correct.
His last activity that he would have done would have been at what time?
According to this, 11:49 p.m.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about stuff that not text that he received and didn't respond.
Oh, sorry.
To, but text that he sent.
The last message that he sent would have been at 11:41 p.m.
Slide 33.
Slide 33 reads Wednesday, October 5th, 2022. So transitioning from October 4th, 2022 into October 5th, 2022.
Now, what is this slide here about? 34. What are we looking at here?
Slide 34. The heading reads 1:02 a.m. Defendant's phone camera turned on and off. So what this is information on the phone showing when the camera was turned on and off on the phone. The camera was turned on on October 5th, the morning of October 5th at 1:02 a.m. And then turned off a few seconds later, also at 1:02 a.m.
From your review of the phone, were any photographs taken during that time period?
Not that I observed.
Slide 35.
Slide 35, also very similar, reads 1:02 a.m. Defendant's phone flashlight turned on and off twice. So the first line of the table shows the flashlight turning on at 1:02 a.m. on October 5th, and then turning off a few seconds or about 10 seconds later, also on October 5th at 1:02 a.m.
You can tell me to move on.
Okay, yeah, move up. Next slide, please.
Okay.
Next slide is a continuation of the last slide, and the flashlight turns back on again, and then back off.
And how long was it on for that time?
About 9 seconds.
All right, so 1:02 a.m., 2 sessions with the flashlight, I guess, one about 10 seconds and one about 9 seconds long.
Correct.
All right, that's right after the camera is briefly turned on for a second.
That's correct.
Okay. Both of those things are they both accessible from the lock screen of
Yes.
an iPhone?
Yes, they are.
So could that be consistent with someone kind of fumbling around with those two functions on the lock screen?
It could be, yes.
Slide 37. What is this?
Slide 37 reads 1:14 a.m. to 1:26 a.m. Leilani Simon phone trip to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. This is a video of the GPS mapping of the defendant's phone from 1:14 a.m. to 1:26 a.m. on October 5th. When you play the video, it'll show the GPS points for the phone moving up Buckhalter Road, up to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza, and then back to the residence.
Just to orient us, maybe it's unnecessary, but just so we're clear, can you step down and just kind of trace for us the route that we're gonna see?
Sure. So as you'll see down here, these are the dots for the GPS coordinates in the area near the residence. When we play the video, you'll see both red and purple dots because this does contain both the device location information and Life 360 information. You'll see them start going up Buckhalter Road until it gets to up here where the mobile home plaza is, and then coming back down back to the residence.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And I'll go ahead and play that slide. What's going on right here?
So right here in the video, I took the GPS coordinates. Do you mind if I kind of stand?
Sure, yeah.
If you want to pause it there, that's fine too.
Okay.
So I took, you'll notice over here, I unchecked the GPS coordinates. These are the device GPS coordinates in order to show the Life 360 points because they were kind of hard to see in the video.
Okay.
And then I just clicked on a few to, give you the lat long, the date and time.
I'm gonna hit play again. Let me
Sure.
know if you want to pause it.
Okay. And then if you pause it there, same thing. So I took off the Life 360 data and showed just the phone device data during the time period, which is why you see all of these dots.
All the red ones.
All the red. Yeah. And then I clicked on.
Just let me ask you this: have you been out to Azalea yourself?
I have.
All right. When we first watched the beginning of the video, are you able to get any sense for what kind of route the phone appears to have taken through Azalea?
Yes, it's kind of hard to see because it's so kind of blown or zoomed out. But yeah, you can kind of see what route.
Does it look like it kind of made a loop that goes by the dumpsters?
Yes, it loops in and kind of goes back around and then out. And this is just me ending the recording.
Now, slide 38, what is this?
So slide 38 is just a little more zoomed in picture of the GPS coordinates for both the Life 360 and the device itself from 1:17:22 a.m. to 1:20 a.m. So just that very small time window.
Now, from your review of this and plotting of this GPS data, was there a period of time where the phone appeared to be stationary at Azalea?
There was, yes.
Is that more or less what we're looking at here?
Yes.
All right, what was that time period again?
It was a few minute time period. I don't have the exact, but this time period that I'm showing here is 1:17 to 1:20. So it was like a 2 to 3 minute period.
Would the stationary period have been inside that window, 1:17 to 1:20?
Yes.
Okay. So maybe not stationary for that entire time, but the stationary period's in there.
Correct.
Okay. Slide 39, what is this?
Slide 39 reads 1:13 to 1:26 a.m. Defendant's phone plugged into charger. So this is information from the phone showing the device being plugged in and the timestamps. The table is kind of upside down. The second line shows that the device was plugged in on October 5th, 2022 at 1:13:26 a.m. And then it was unplugged on same time frame, but at 1:26 a.m. So it's plugged in at 1:13 and unplugged at 1:26.
How does that time frame in which the device was plugged into a charger line up with the time frame of the trip that you just talked about?
It lines up with the device moving from the Buckhalter Road address up to Azalea Mobile Home Park and then back to the residence.
What do you make of that?
I mean, it appears the device was plugged in during that time.
Okay, to like a car charger or something like that?
I believe so, but again, I don't know.
Slide 40.
Slide 40 reads 1:47 a.m. to 2:01 a.m. Defendant's phone unlocked. Slide 40 shows a table showing when the device was unlocked at 1:47 a.m.
And does it show when the device locked again?
Yes. So the start time is 1:47 a.m. The end time is 2:01 a.m. So the phone was unlocked at 1:47. Oh, sorry, from the time period of 1:47 to 2:01.
So 14 minutes or so?
Yes.
What does it mean for an iPhone to be unlocked?
That just means either Face ID or PIN code is entered so that you're seeing the phone.
Okay, so it's like, looks like this and not like that.
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to look at data in the phone extraction, in either one of them, Cellbrite or Graykey, and tell anything about what the user of this phone appeared likely to be doing with the phone at this period of time, during this like 14, 15-minute period?
Yes, there was some activity. I can't 100% say it was attributed to a user or just the device itself doing things, because these phones are on all the time and doing things, both unlocked and locked. But there was Facebook activity during this time frame. I don't have a slide to show that.
Does it appear at least likely to you that the user of this phone during the period of time in which it is unlocked was scrolling Facebook?
There was a lot of Facebook activity, which, based on my experience would be indicative of that. But I can't say for certain.
Okay. Slide 41.
Slide 41 reads 2:01 to 9:13 a.m. Defendant's phone locked. Again, a table showing the lock status of the device. This was obtained in the extraction from the device. It shows the device being locked on October 5th, 2022 at 2:01 a.m. And then it was locked until 9:13 a.m. that morning.
Slide 42.
Slide 42 are text messages from Daniel Youngkin to Michelle McCarta. The text message reads, "Hey, the kids are going to stay here with her today, Miss Michelle." And then he gets a response from Michelle that reads, "Okay." And that was at 5:20 a.m. and the response was at 5:29 a.m.
Now, per your review of the Life 360 data for him, can you tell us where his phone was during this period of time?
Yeah, during this period of time, his phone was at the residence.
And again, had his phone moved from the residence at any point during the night?
Not during the night of the 4th to the 5th.
Slide 43.
Slide 43 is a video of GPS data, Life 360 GPS data for Daniel Youngkin. The slide reads 5:51 a.m. to 6:06 a.m. Daniel Youngkin, Life 360, travel to NFI warehouse. When you play the video, it'll show the Life 360 GPS points initially at the residence or at the area near the residence. And then you'll see him travel up to his workplace and then during this time period up to his workplace.
Does the route that his phone took on this trip to work, does it go by Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
It does not. So as you'll see, the dots are moving.
What are you doing here?
If you'll pause it here.
Is that good, or do you need?
Yeah, no, that's good. So what this is when Life360, the data, when they send it back to you, it's basically got a start and end time. And so it shows you a window. And so what you'll see here is, this is sorry, can I stand up?
Sure, of course.
This is the end time of this. And you'll see in the video, I'm going to essentially expand this little time window all the way over here. And you'll see a second bullet that shows 141 session end, which basically means from this time period, so from 6:30 that morning until about 9:14:17, the Life360 data shows the phone at the same location during that time period.
All right, I've hit play again, so let me know if you want to stop.
And I just highlighted that to show that that GPS point stays there during that time period.
All right. So this is just this portion of this screen capture video is just to illustrate that the phone is stationary at work for like 3 hours.
Correct.
Do we need to watch the rest of this video?
You don't have to.
Okay. Slide 44.
Yes.
What is this here?
This is a Google Maps view of the routes from 535 Buckalter Road up to 101 Littlehurst Parkway, which is where Daniel Youngkin was working.
And what is the dark blue one there?
The dark blue on Google Maps is showing essentially the most expeditious route.
Does that appear to be the route that he took for that video?
Yes.
All right.
And by expeditious, I mean suggested route by Google Maps is what I should say.
I understand. The next slide, is this just sort of a zoom in on the very beginning portion of that route?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, the dark blue is the route that he appears to have taken for the GPS data, right?
That's correct.
Can you show us where Azalea Mobile Home Plaza is on here relative to the route that he took?
Yes. Do you want me to stand up?
Please.
So Azalea Mobile Home Plaza is up here, and the route is down over here.
Okay. Thank you. Now, what is the next slide here, slide 46?
This is again a prior slide that we've seen showing that the defendant's phone was locked from 2:01 a.m. on the 5th to 9:13 a.m. on the 5th.
And then what is slide 47?
Slide 47 is, I'll read it first. It's 9:14 a.m. defendant's phone call to Daniel Youngkin. It's a call log, export of a call log that shows an outgoing call from the defendant's phone to Daniel Youngkin at 9:14:29 a.m. And where it shows 21 minutes and 37 seconds, that was the duration of the call. It says it was answered and just has some other information.
And that call's at 9:14, lasted for 21 minutes. What is slide 48?
Slide 48 is a video, again, of Daniel Youngkin's Life360 GPS data that I mapped in the tool that I was using for the time period 9:22 to 9:34. In the video, you'll see the GPS points again up near his workplace, and then essentially travel the same route back down to the residence.
Let me know. I'm going to play this now. Let me know if you want me to pause it at any point. Okay.
Okay.
Does he appear to have taken the same route home that he took to get to work?
Yes, he did. And if you'll pause it there.
Oh, sorry. Is that good, or you want me to advance a little bit?
Well, at the end of the video, I essentially expand that entire timeline to show all of the points. So it kind of shows you the route.
All right. I have just started it again from the beginning.
Okay.
Not intentionally, really. It's just what
Sure.
happened. Tell me if you want me to pause it at any point. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so if you'll pause it there. As you can see, it shows, according to the Life 360 data, the GPS locations traveling back down.
What are you doing here in the video?
I was just trying to orient on the location of where the first point's showing.
Okay.
And then I kind of just followed the route down, clicking on the different points to get a time frame of reference where it shows what time those points were.
All right. The first one was at 9:22, right? That's when this, as far as the GPS is concerned, this trip is showing.
Correct.
Did I see that right? That the first point appears to be like some distance from his work?
Yes.
Okay. So if he says that he got this call at 9:14 and left more or less immediately, would that be consistent with this first GPS point showing the movement hitting at 9:22, some distance away from his work down the road?
Yeah, it appears based on the Life 360 data at that point, he had already left his workplace.
All right, was it en route home?
Correct.
Slide 49.
Okay, slide 49, the heading reads 9:39 a.m. defendant's phone 911 call. Again, this is an export from the call log showing an outgoing call to 911 at 9:39 a.m. on October 5th. The duration is 4 minutes and 1 second, and it shows his answer.
And what is slide 50?
So slide 50, it reads unknown time, defendant's phone, unsent text message. So on the defendant's phone, we found an unsent text message. The text message read, getting some Orajel. However, we couldn't conclusively determine when that text message was drafted.
You can see unsent text messages in these phone extractions?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. And this one is from the defendant's phone
To,
to Annie,
yeah,
not ever sent, but drafted.
that's correct.
And it says getting some more.
That's correct.
Your Honor, unfortunately, there are a couple of other areas that I need to cover with this witness, but I wonder if anybody wants a break at this point. I mean, I'm happy to press forward, but I figured we just finished a long thing. I'd be good to ask. Say again?
Oh, yeah.
It's only 4:05. I hope I'm not out yet.
Y'all need a short break? Okay, let's do that. The time is 4:05. 10 minutes doesn't quite give y'all enough time, does it? Okay, well, 4:05, let's recess to 4:10. I'll just remind you of the instructions. Thank you.
Jury's exiting.
Thank you. Okay, we're in recess until 4:35. Well, I'm sorry. This is 4:05. We're in recess until 4:15. 10 minutes. Okay, so we are back on the record. Anything we need to take up before we bring the jurors out?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please bring the jurors in.
Jurors entering.
All right. All right, everyone, please have a seat. Everyone was able to observe the court's instructions? Okay, Mr. Dean.
We have heard some testimony about a camera fastened to a mobile home at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza, like directly across from the dumpsters that appeared to be pointing right at them. And some testimony that the Chatham County Police Department at least was not able to pull any footage from the relevant time frame from that camera. Were you involved in any effort to see what you could pull, what if anything could be pulled from that camera?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah. So.
How'd you get? What did you get? How did you get it?
So yeah, I received the camera from Chatham County after they were unable to recover anything during the relevant time period. I then created an image of that and provided a copy to some of our technical folks up at Quantico. And then later that camera and the SD card that was in the camera was then transported to Quantico in an attempt to obtain additional information that is relevant to the time period.
To any particular unit at Quantico?
Yes, but I don't recall what the unit name was.
Does DFAU sound familiar?
Yes, it does.
Do you know what that stands for?
I do not.
Okay. And what was the result of all those efforts?
There were videos recovered from the device. They were all reviewed. However, it was determined that those weren't videos that were relevant to the time period. They were actually earlier than the time period we were looking for.
Like how much earlier?
Months, I believe.
Okay. Did it appear to you from all this that camera just like wasn't operational anymore during the relevant time?
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to ask you some questions about evidence transport and lab requests to the lab at Quantico. Okay.
Sure.
We've heard some testimony from Special Agent Rajabi that she collected a DNA sample from Henry Bubba Moss Jr. and submitted it to the Savannah FBI office for safekeeping. Were you involved in asking for any lab testing pertaining to this swab from the people at Quantico?
Yes, I was. I submitted the lab request for DNA comparison of that DNA sample.
And what was the first lab request that involved that DNA sample?
I have a copy of the lab request that I would like to refer to if I could.
Yeah, do you need to refresh your memory?
Yes, please.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay.
So was there one in late October?
Yes, October 28th.
Can you tell us what that particular lab request was for at that time and what was sent up there at that time?
Yes, it was a request for DNA comparison for the DNA sample taken from Henry Bubba Moss Jr. To a bone that was collected in the landfill that at the time was believed to be human.
Okay. And we've heard testimony from the forensic anthropologist, Dr. Christensen. that when she looked at that first bone that was sent up towards the end of October, she determined that it was in fact not human.
That's correct.
Is that the bone that she's talking about?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and is that what she told you at the time in reference to that bone?
Yes, it was.
And going forward from that, did you guys keep looking?
Yes, we did.
Okay. How did Henry Bogenloss Jr.'s DNA sample go up to Quantico at that time?
So it was transported by one of our agents in our office, Special Agent Brian Giovannini. Originally, I was supposed to be the one to transport that. However, he was going up to Quantico for another matter, and it was transported by him instead.
How did he accomplish that?
So the item was collected from our evidence room, packaged in a box, and then transported physically by Special Agent Giovannini to the lab.
And was it taken along with the Henry Bogenloss Jr.'s DNA sample?
Yes, the DNA sample was taken up there, as well as the bone that was determined not to be human.
Okay, so at that point, Henry Bogenloss Jr.'s DNA sample is up there.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, later, did you guys find some actual human remains in the landfill?
We did.
All right. And what was the date of that?
November 18th, 2022.
Were you at the landfill search operation initially at the time that human remains first began to be discovered there?
At first, no, but as soon as we had heard that possible human remains were found, we went over to the landfill, so I went over there.
And did you get eyes on what had been found at that point?
Yes, I did.
And were you involved in any way in the packaging and transport of those
Yes, I was.
remains? Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so the bones were packaged in 4 separate paper bags and then transported by myself from the landfill to our office in Savannah. The bones were then later transported to Quantico to the lab. All 4 bags were placed in a box, and then that was transported up to Quantico.
Okay. At some point before sending them, we've heard Dr. Christensen talk about first getting some pictures and then shortly thereafter getting the actual remains themselves. Do you know what she's referring to there?
Yes. So prior to us sending the remains up to the lab, we were asked to take photos and send those to the lab prior to the transport.
Is that pretty typical for them to ask for like a photographic preview?
Yes.
And is that something that had happened with that first bone in October that turned out not to be human?
Yes, it did.
Okay. The actual bone itself is preceded by photographs being
That's
made
correct.
available to you. Okay. Who specifically was involved in the transport of the remains discovered on the 18th from the FBI office in Savannah to the Quantico lab, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, it was Special Agent Solomon, so Savannah Solomon, another special agent who was a pilot with us. His name is escaping me at this time.
That's fine. But just because your involvement was the transport from the landfill to the FBI office in Savannah prior to any of that
That's
further transport.
That's correct.
I'd like to, do you have on the witness stand in front of you what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 78?
I do.
Can you look through that?
Sure. Okay.
Now, this has been identified by Dr. Christensen as 4 separate images of the contents of the bags that she received in the box that was sent up from Savannah, Georgia. I mean, not Savannah.
Sure.
Sometime after the discovery of human remains on November 18th. Do you recognize what's depicted in these images?
I do.
Is that the contents of the 4 bags that you were involved in the initial transport and packaging of?
Yes.
One moment, please, Your Honor. During this investigation, were you in constant contact with Detective Lemons and the rest of the Chatham County Police Department side of the investigative team?
Yes, I was.
We've heard testimony from Detective Lemons and from Detective Cox that they obtained search warrant or phone records for a variety of phone numbers via search warrants, and at least in one case, in exigent circumstances requested the carrier. Were all of those records made available to you?
Yes, they were.
And were they incorporated into your FBI case file?
Yes, they were.
And you've already testified, I think, about receiving the Life 360 records from Detective Cox.
Yes, that's correct.
For both the defendant's phone number and Daniel Youngkin's phone number.
That's correct.
Did you incorporate those records into your case file?
Yes, we did.
Now, did you forward the phone records that you had gotten, all of them, and the Life 360 records that you've talked about to any other FBI personnel for analysis?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us who it was that you gave them to?
Yes. When we received them, I also gave them to Special Agent Rob Corley. He is one of our CAS folks, which stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team, who deal with cell phone data.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
I think I can narrow it down to a couple of hundred questions, Judge. Mr. Is it Taylor Burns, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I don't want to.
No worries.
I don't want to get it inverted. So, Mr. Burns, with regard to Daniel Youngkin's phone extraction, you're not saying that everything you've included in your presentation was everything you extracted, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so there was, and I'm just going to specifically mention some things. I mean, State's Exhibit 87 has a number of text messages and stuff that both the defense and the state have already introduced, but you didn't reference them. But were they part of your extraction as well?
They were.
Okay. So that's my first question. My next question is, and I don't, to be quite frank with you, I did not understand the bouncing blue dot. So
Sure.
I'm going to ask you, I understood the 204 and I understood the Azalea part, but the one for Danny Youngkin's route to work and from work, I really didn't. So if you could just in regular old English, tell
Sure.
me, what was the route he took from 535 Buckhalter to Port Wentworth in regular old plain English for me?
I don't know every road that he took without looking at a map.
That's fine. You have it in front of you.
Yeah,
It's your
do you mind?
presentation. Yeah, I have
Okay.
no problem.
Sure.
I'm just saying I don't understand.
No, you're fine. Give me 1 second, please.
So I assume it starts at 535 Buckhalter.
It does.
All right. So that
and
goes down. What's the first road he goes down?
I believe it was Garrard Avenue. Obviously, I have a very zoomed out picture
That's fine.
of that.
That's fine.
So I think it was Garrard Avenue to Veterans based on this up. I think that's up 516 into 21, up 21 over to where the workplace is.
Okay. So just so I can get it straight in my head.
Sure.
Goes right down Garrard Avenue over to Chatham Parkway to Veterans Parkway to 516, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes. Without seeing the dots themselves,
Well,
yes.
that's fine. And then to 21 and then up to, I guess, Port Wentworth.
Correct.
21. And I assume it's the same or similar route back.
Similar route back, yes.
And that's the only questions I have for you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Dean, if you redirect.
No, Your Honor.
And Special Agent, thank you.
Thank
You may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe that's going to be the last witness today. This is a good point to break. So, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, Monday morning, we're going to start at 10. Okay. And so I'm going to wish you a good afternoon and a great weekend. I'm going to remind you that you're not to talk to anyone about the case. Don't let anyone talk to you about the case. Don't do any research. Don't consume any media. All right? All right. Thank you very much. And may I just say, I appreciate your patience. This is not easy stuff. It's a lot of work. And, you know, you get called in and your whole life is interrupted. But please know that your service is truly appreciated. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Jurors exiting.